Good morning, everyone. Welcome to SALIKSIK MUSIKA, transforming the world through ideas, sound, and movement. The Graduate Program's International Online Conference. So, to officially open the event, for opening remarks, let us all welcome the UP College of Music Dean, Dr. Vern de la Peña.
Thank you, Pat. Can you all hear me? Just give me a thumbs up. Uh, uh, I'm coming through, okay? Pat, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes,
so, on behalf of the UP College of Music, we welcome everyone wherever you're joining us from, whatever time zone you are in. Thank you for taking time to join us here in SALIKSIK MUSIKA. This online conference represents many firsts for the UP College of Music. It is the first international students online conference organized by the students of the graduate program. In fact, this is the first time that our graduate students organized themselves, and we congratulate them for working tirelessly to make this conference a reality. We thank all the presenters scheduled for today and tomorrow. Indeed, a delightful lineup of topics that is truly inclusive of research and creative work, which represents the kind of program we are running and we're hoping to maintain at the University of the Philippines. I hope that this conference would be a regular event and that it would be even more inclusive and feature our performance majors as well, and perhaps presenters from other disciplines. It took the pandemic and the wonders of technology to put this all together, but special thanks go to Dr. Chris Muico, the Graduate Programs Coordinator, for her vision. Finally, let us thank our guests of honor, keynote speakers Dr. Christiane Castro and Dr. Don Boyer, for gracing this memorable occasion and lending it your brilliance. Again, thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you, Dean Byrne, for that wonderful opening remarks. So, for our keynote speaker, I would like to introduce her. She received her PhD in ethnomusicology from UCLA. Since 2005, she has been a faculty member at the University of Michigan in the musicology department. She has served as the director of the Center of Southeast Asian Studies and is now the Associate Dean for Faculty Development and Global Engagement at the School of Music, Theater, and Dance. For the last 5 years, she has been co-editor of the peer-reviewed journal, Music and Politics, and she is also on the editorial board of Asian Music. She has published a number of articles as well as an award-winning book entitled Musical Renderings of the Philippines, published by the Oxford University Press. And her current book project deals with community music festivals and identity politics. Let us all welcome Dr. Christiane Castro.
Morning. It was a great honor and privilege to be asked to keynote conference, especially as I learned that there haven't been the possible value of a keynote would be. After all, it's clear this conference would be successful, even without me. So what is my goal today in a keynote? Well, I had a wealth of ideas. I mean, wealth in volume, if maybe not so much value. But a couple of broad trains of thought did cross my mind, precisely because they've been really dominant for so many. To getting to those, I do want to establish that I don't think this keynote should be about me or my work. I have avenues for centering myself and occasions where that would achieve a different goal. But I'll still end up talking about myself on the way, and that's because in my mind, the purpose of that would be to show how one individual, that's me, is navigating a professional course in a university setting through these current events. And as ethnographers in the room are already aware, we simply cannot get out of our own way. There's just as much hubris involved in pretending to erase our positions as mediators as there is in pretending our point of view is a truth for so many. In light of that, the first train of thought that I had that I'm just going to barrel ahead with is that this keynote should mark the moment that we're in. As people in the field of music study, we really should appreciate the metaphor that a keynote generally sets the tone, or the key, let's say, of a conference. And so for graduate students in particular, I think the tone should be one that takes into account the current moment and suggests optimism for the future, your future. Are there jobs, grant funding, stability, and happiness on the horizon for everyone here? Maybe not, maybe. But the optimism, for better or for worse, is for the discipline of musicology and for the possibilities that you bring to the table as the next generation of scholars and practitioners. So, the tone that I'll adopt today is one that asserts that what we do as musicologists matters, now and in the future. That what you do enriches us all, now and in the future. Such as these should be about opening gates and opportunities for you right now, looking towards your future. And the second train of thought that I had that, just sliced through the countryside, it's mostly because I really love to use metaphors to overwork them and also to mix them, is that of change. While we're beholden to the context that we're in, the times of history, there are moments when change is more urgent and more electric than others. So likewise, within the field of musicology, with a capital M, meaning both historical musicology and ethnomusicology, undifferentiated, there should always be an attention to its own philosophies, its ideals and practices. And there are times when change is easier to facilitate or less easy to suppress. It's clear that we are existing through one of those era-defining time periods. And though we can't properly account for all of the multidimensional impacts of this moment while we are surviving it, it's worth examining our field in the here and the now with an eye and ear toward tomorrow and tomorrow's tomorrow. Considering that there's two factors that very clearly have shaped U.S. society quite profoundly, and therefore the field of musicology in the last several years. And these have been experienced globally as well. It's just that I'd prefer not to act as if my domestic experiences are directly translatable across the world, so I will be speaking about the U.S. context. My purview is necessarily this context because it's what I know. And here, of course, the pandemic comes first. It's global in scale, it is local in impacts, irrevocable, tidal, and consuming. It's halting travel, putting research on indefinite hold. At conferences, though, we're beginning to see, and I think about to have a flood of papers on how groups and communities have managed to make music during the pandemic. Last year at the Society for Ethnomusicology conference, which was virtual, one of the questions for presenters that I heard repeatedly was, well, how has this, whatever it is you're talking about, how has this been impacted by COVID? And the answer at that time in 2021 was exactly what you would have expected to hear, that activity had maybe temporarily ceased, but they were looking ahead. Now, this year at the SAM conference in the fall of 2022, I expect there to be more data and more complicated but illuminating answers about how the performing arts, in their many forms, have adapted, how people have used technology and other means to continue their work. Forced to go remote for such a long period of time, the rise in digital and virtual ethnographies made possible through technology and already made attractive by the interests of newer generations like yours, focused on quotidian perspectives, has been boosted. It makes sense, of course, that this pivot to what is interesting but also accessible has turned our attention away. But what are the digital media-driven genres like, let's say, popular music? Do the comments of the anonymous avatar or screen name measure up to the quotations of an in-person interlocutor? We've been talking about this for some time. In seminars, hallways, in and out of the field, over coffee, from other places. But really, what would a disciplinary world look like with half the papers in a conference focusing on virtual topics? If indeed we not only spend most of our time on our laptops and phones and tablets working, but we also consume music primarily through these means, then what is our obligation as scholars in attending to this ubiquitous of listening and even performing? The medium, the internet, it's just not just another technological advance that, you can record and listen to music that had been played live. In the context of the pandemic, the internet is also a safer space. It's the experience of working, teaching, and meeting safely, and the intrusion of work into the domestic sphere. Just as much as it used to be primarily the experience connecting across large distances, now the distances could be quite small. If the medium is the message, according to obviously the oft-quoted Marshall McLuhan, what we are going through goes beyond technology and capabilities of that medium. The message is deeply infused with the time that we're in, COVID, politics, and all. There's been such a change in our circumstances that we should consider, in a meta way, what is the phenomenology of doing research itself? How does that impact how we interpret and in turn represent our worlds? With large technological shifts come changes in music experience, and obviously this must be accounted for in research. Recording technologies change the primacy of liveness in music, as well as the sociality surrounding listening. The somewhat slower shift from social sound over the radio and boomboxes to Walkmans and related devices, and then to our current moment, in which the vast majority of listening in many communities is done individually through phones and broadly impacts fundamental notions of individual music experience. So likewise, a purely digital ethnography caters to research that experience with, I would say, is this interiority and individuality from the perspective of the researcher, seated at their computer in their scholarly cocoon. It may not be better or worse than attending a concert alone, walking through a music festival alone, or even sitting in a quiet, sacred space alone. All situations in which we may keep to ourselves, but be surrounded by others. It's undeniably different not to be among people. For the researcher, does participating in this realm promote a much more radical sense of hermeticalism than we are already prone to? It's not that we haven't already spent a large portion of our time thinking or writing alone. We've done that forever. But in an age when there is so much less differentiation between the aloneness of musical experience and the aloneness of analysis and writing, without the tensions inherent in conversation, the influence or the presence of others, does this give us too much confidence in our own interpretations of the spirit of the tone of optimism that I mentioned at the start? Let me look at this another way. The pandemic has forced us to use technology in a more efficient and useful way, and to reconceive the flattening of space as more than a convenience. There's now many people that I've only met on the computer screen, and they have a particular screen persona. Having small children has been forefronted in how I know some colleagues due to the innocuous Zoom intrusions that we've experienced. And to a lesser degree, I also know people through their pets. And moreover, for many years, I've been a person that has had to deliberately work to hold eye contact with people I'm speaking with. It's a quirk of my natural, mostly hidden introversion. I see people's faces better now on Zoom. It helps me with another problem I've had, facial recognition. And so it leads me to ask another interesting question or to make another conclusion about our times. And that's, Zoom might have actually helped me to be more human, as it were, even if those human conventions belong to my habitus about the definition of what it means to be human. But returning back to this idea of individuality, our perception of ourselves and how we realize our personhood through individual choice is supported on the surface by the algorithms streaming services use to direct recommendations customized to you, and I put you in quotes. But how customized are they, really? How effective? How manipulative? For most of my friends, music is a representation of their individual choices, and it's a micro metaphor for freedom. So musical choice as a calling card or even mechanism of identity is pulled a greater distance from community and sociality than I think it has ever been in the past. I mean, and this is significant because since music and identity in some form is the most common lens used by U.S. ethnomusicologists in their writings, that my students and I are actually making musical choices and exhibiting the freedom of individuals is, as we all know, misleading. We're in a matrix of U.S. capitalism. Algorithms are not altruistic. And I think it's important to grapple with these kinds of complexities. From their standpoint, having accessibility, COVID has forced us to find ways of access to one another and to music to research. For example, while in some ways digital streaming music is just another medium, for recorded music. The many live streams up during COVID for symphonies and other things, they revealed that the internet also could be conceived of as a prosthetic bionic ear for music. And I say that because we have used the internet as an extension of our hearing body to listen without the challenge of distance, simultaneity, without the challenge of the loss of quality of the original. Although there are times when accessibility and bad connections really limit that. So while internet and Wi-Fi access across the US, and I'm sure across the Philippines obviously as well, at the individual and community levels is variable. Those that have it can overcome certain physical barriers to fieldwork that make it exclusive or have made it exclusive in the past to able bodies, to the properly funded, and to those with interpersonal connections, even if those were facilitated by their advisors or their dissertation committee members. The other overarching aspect of our times in U.S. ethnomusicology is something I'm sure you've heard of. That's the resurgence, expansion, and mainstreaming of social justice movements, most notably Me Too, Black Lives Matter, trans rights. While U.S. ethnomusicology is a welcoming space for conversations about social justice, though I would say the field itself could also be criticized for being more about rhetoric than action, there are some drawbacks to being one of the more progressive fields in a music conservatory setting. As an example, our school has instituted, as of last year, mandatory diversity, equity, inclusion training for all faculty. The acronym that we use at SMTD is DEI. In other places, in the US, they use EDI or similar acronyms. And these kinds of programs, they've been going on for some time. But it's only a result of our current social movements and their impact on academia that a school like ours could institute mandatory training. And as of this moment, however people really feel about it, they've not complained to the upper administration of our school. And faculty are not at all known for their restraint in complaining about things. So I don't know, I don't prognosticate that this mandatory training will last in the many years that are to come. Indeed, if we're handling DEI the way that we should, mandatory training wouldn't be necessary. But what will likely happen is that this mandatory training turns into baseline training for all new hires, while the existing faculty can be incentivized to continue their DEI work in other ways. And if you're curious about any of this, please do ask me about it after the talk, as at the moment I'd like to turn to something that happened at last year's mandatory training that is illustrative of ethnomusicology in a music conservatory-ish setting. I was in a breakout Zoom with a piano technician. He's a senior faculty member and colleague who groused that, wasn't it the job of ethnomusicologists to provide diversity to the school? If they weren't doing that, was it because the department itself was too weak? Of course, I'm completely flummoxed. I mean, especially as the only woman of color in the breakout room, getting confronted by a senior white male colleague for either not doing my job well or not being token enough for him to be able to carry on as usual without all of this DEI nonsense wasting his time. And, that's not the only time I've experienced similar things related. There's just been other expressions of resentment at the ground level. And none of these tensions are new. But what is new, what is optimistic, is that we are facing right now the ability to push forward with a social justice or at least anti-racist agenda with serious attention to our institutionalized problems, despite those long existing tensions and resentments still shaping how some folks view DEI work. Within U.S. ethnomusicology, the buzzword for some years has been decolonization. Hundreds of thousands of words, and probably millions of words at this point, wouldn't be hyperbole to say, have been written on this topic. And what it looks like varies from place to place, time period to time period, discipline to discipline, institution to institution, and so forth. In the United States, the term has less salience on a broad level than anti-racism does, simply because of our particular history. U.S. Americans do not see themselves as belonging to a post-colonial nation, and after all, we're not taught to see ourselves in that way from grade school on. And at the same time, the Academy looks at decolonization as enormously relevant within fields like anthropology and ethnomusicology. Indeed, musicology, music theory, music education, all of these disciplines have grappled with what decolonization means for them now and into the future. In this vein, you probably have heard through the grapevine, or because you're a member of the US based Society for Ethnomusicology, all about the upheaval in the organization over the last 2 years. At the moment, it seems unlikely that the most extreme position one could take within US ethnomusicology would apply broadly to practice, and that is pushing scholars away from studying any music that is not their own. The rhetorical question is, can we eliminate the challenges of research on the other with a capital O and the problems of othering as a verb by avoiding research on the other? Currently, in our ethnomusicology program, I can tell you we have a diasporic Sikh student studying diasporic Sikh music, a student from Hong Kong studying Hong Kong popular music, a non-binary student studying music by non-binary performers, and a diasporic Nigerian heritage student planning to go to Nigeria, among other students. And it's nothing new. I said it's nothing new to want to look into aspects of your own identity. Obviously, I did it. And I was hardly a pioneer in that way, having followed in the footsteps of myriad others. But it is interesting to me, this turn, and the way that studying oneself is the safe way to go, and potentially the one that offers insights that we maybe didn't expect in the past. And I should also note that the perspective, the extreme position I speculated about, relies very much on a US-centric idea about identity politics, and the resulting tension of fragmentation balanced against visibility or invoicing. So if, for example, we in the US had a more, let's say, universalist look, something more revolutionary idea of citizenship, we might be inclined to return to our metaphor of the country as a melting pot of US homogeneity rather than a multicultural salad or mosaic with easily discernible and distinguishable parts. And so what does this mean? Feel. At least by considering the arrival of the field is the plan. For the moment, all the ethnomusicologists I know do want a sustainable field rather than to just dispense with it entirely. But we're afloat professionally on the high seas of the discipline, and so we have more reason to hang on to the ship than to jump off. So taking these two overwhelming factors into account, the pandemic and the movements of the US, I'd like to follow up of those items with some details that are going. The University of Michigan, which I'll refer to as UM from now on, as with many other universities, we spent a year and a half remote before we came back to in-person courses this past fall semester. It took a while to adapt, but eventually most faculty had a home setup that was adequate for lectures and discussions, and Zoom was by far the most common medium for that. But at the School of Music, Theater, and Dance, which I'll shorten to SMTD, we also had a fair number of in-person instruction going on the entire time because of the nature of music ensemble. We stayed them out, you were masked if you were a wind player, and vaccination. But the result on the ethnomusicology program in the musicology department level has been an embracing of virtual topics, which I've gotten into, but I would say also a renewed respect for locally based topics that have, they've long been the fodder for course and seminar papers, but generally we eschew them at the doctoral level. If we were not local for, the inability to escape it makes the domestic seem both viable and appetizing. On an even more micro level, people have been encouraged to consider examinations of university ensembles and programs because they're going on, community orchestras and performing groups, how are they surviving and making do, and other locally based topics where travel hasn't been an issue. Likewise, the social justice movements that have swept through US society have invigorated discussions at the university and at SMTD. Whether it originated merely as a kind of rhetoric about DEI or not, has been staking its claim as a leader in DEI, and the kinds of messaging we were receiving prior to Black Lives Matter and Me Too have now been amplified tremendously because of them. DEI work is hard work. It's emotionally taxing and it's challenging on an everyday level. So the momentum of social movements could be seen by DEI as a boon for changing minds and seeing progress throughout the university, from admissions to hiring to curriculum to funding and so forth and so on. This is important in light of criticisms of past DEI efforts that have been neutralized by the university, the institution, through the selective incorporation of DEI strategies and goals, and turn them into a kind of tokenism. And if you are interested in that perspective, you might want to take a look at a book by Matthew Johnson, who wrote very specifically about the University of Michigan, but it's a perspective that could be translated to other university campuses. The focus on marginalized identities makes complete sense in the US context. I mean, despite the conservative-leaning studies that see identity politics as fracturing for the population in society, we know from firsthand accounts and research studies that representation matters to people. In that way, the SMTD might just be on the leading edge, despite all its foibles, deliberate or not. A thorough examination would be more helpful. But just from a quick Google search, I found that two of the top music and performing arts schools in the US, Juilliard and Eastman, have only had cis white men as deans. The Curtis Institute was founded by money from a woman and yet has only had men as presidents. You might expect a school like Berkeley in Boston, known for its popular music and jazz offerings, to show more diversity, precisely because US popular music and jazz, in particular, they're so much more based in African American music history. But Berkeley has only had 3 white men presidents prior to its current person, and 2 of them were the family of the founders. So tellingly, after a scathing 2017 newspaper article about a culture of sexual harassment at the college, Berkeley chose a woman to be president in 2020, right in the midst of the Me Too movement wave. At SMTD, we still have a long way to go. We've already had 2 women as dean, an interim one, and 1 Black identifying man as dean also. So in some ways, you could say, we're ahead of the curve in that way. But identity isn't really the issue, right? I mean, it's not that anyone's perfect or more perfect than others. The message isn't that women and people from historically marginalized backgrounds are perfect. Indeed, the stronger message is that white men are not themselves the standard of good leadership by virtue of their identity categories, and that bringing in different viewpoints benefits any institution, especially when change is needed. And I'll add that in itself has been rocked in recent years by all kinds of sexual misconduct scandals, just terrible, and at SMTD in particular. So neither are we to be praised on this account. We just hope that we're moving forward. Last year when I was department chair, we responded to the climate, to graduate student surveys, and to these changing trends in education by changing our curriculum, a curriculum that existed and resisted change for many decades. The most frightening but really exhilarating aspect was that we agreed to start from scratch and build a program that would respond to the needs and desires of our students seen among so many applicants. How would we best prepare our students for a more than difficult, even bleak job market? How would we hold true to our promise that a doctoral degree in musicology didn't only need to lead to the ivory tower? That we could teach more broadly than we have been, that we could apply our skills to teaching them skills that could make them broadly appealing as applicants. What we wanted to do was to dissolve boundaries, to dissolve them between historical musicology and ethnomusicology, and put all of the training together under a single umbrella of musicology. So returning to our department's new curriculum, it debuted this academic year, and now we have a training where all students, whether they come in on the historical musicology or ethnomusicology track, they have to take the same 3 courses, the same 3 core courses in research methods and pedagogy. And then they have a other variety of things that they can take, but it's all choice-based. It used to be that the track for historical musicology and ethnomusicology were much more differentiated and split. So because there's so much freedom in course choice, and because is a huge place with a plethora of offerings, we've also installed a new program that's meant to dispel the power of a single faculty member over a graduate student. Instead, they have a mentoring committee when they come in with several faculty who don't even need to share their research interests. They meet as a group and answer questions about professional life. They give advice about courses, funding, and other things. The hope is that these conversations will help our students to meet more of our faculty members and ones that they might not normally seek out, and to give students various points of view in a friendly context where power is no longer so obviously based on that one-to-one interaction. We're not the first in the US to put a curriculum like this in place. And there's many programs that follow a similar philosophy. I don't know what those other requirements are. For us, however, this is new, and we'll be soliciting feedback from each year of students as we go forward to see how we can keep a sustainable level of improvement each year. This attention to gatekeeping between fields, even within the micro context of our department's grad curriculum, had me thinking about gatekeeping quite a bit. The parallels in gatekeeping that affect university admissions, retention and diversity, DEI, all of these things were obvious. So moving from society to the university to the department to my teaching, I just want to quickly talk about a class that I debuted last year over COVID, and now I've adapted it for in-person. The course is an experimental one with an ideology behind it that welcomes social issues and daily context into the lessons. It aims to be nimble in its material that, while set by a syllabus to provide structure, invites students to make connections with their own lives and society at large, and even to choose some of their own readings. This isn't really the experimental part because, of course, many courses are, and instructors do things like this all the time. But it's not quite as common in musicology to be so open to students having control and choice. For me, the experiment was to play with an ethos that pushes against gatekeeping by asking the students to consider themselves as musicologists, everyday musicologists, as it were. It was to make no distinction between historical musicology and ethnomusicology's fields, and to embrace general topics of music interest through specific case studies and readings. It also celebrates public musicology, a subset of public humanities that's gaining currency in the academy for some good reasons. And what I have posted up in the slide is just what I put up at the top of the syllabus for the students. So finally, I'll mention briefly how DEI and COVID have affected my professional life right now outside of teaching. And outside of that classroom, my own research interests have reflected my lifelong interest in cultural politics around the US and Canada. And I would say that grappling with this endless series of theories about how identity politics works can threaten to suffocate any passion I might have had for the music to begin with. So this time around, I'm trying to write a book on community music festivals, something that's related to identity and cultural politics, but is really about participation. It's really about rehearsing a sense of identity rather than is performing a fully developed and constructed one. The other thing is, last year I was asked to be a composer in residence. This is wacky, for the annual conference of the Classical Mandolin Society of America. And please note, I am not a classical mandolin player, a professional composer, or even a prolific amateur composer. I do regularly arrange music for the Rondalia Ensemble, and I've done so for many years. And I've composed music for them. I'm the music director and now the consultant, was music director and now consultant of the Escuelahang Filipino Rondalia of Boston. So clearly this choice for the Mandolin Classical Society Conference was a diversity issue. But in saying so, I'm not pretending to be offended by it. Instead, I bring it up because it's so related to the DEI momentum I've just been talking about in this current moment. And as far as I can tell, the Classical Mandolin Society of America has only had white cis men as composers in residence for all of their conferences. So choosing me, I would say, is both preposterous and daring. In closing, I think we can agree that conversations about what is going on now and where we are headed as scholars and practitioners are always interesting and informative. But I'm curious to know your thoughts on musicology at the University of the Philippines. Where do you see yourself after graduation? What is and will be your place in the field, in or outside of the academy? And with all that in mind, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to speak and to share with you my experience today, to give my understanding of the current circumstances. And I'm looking forward to the question and answer part where I can speak with you about your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Castro, for that wonderful keynote address. But before we proceed to the interaction portion, would you like to say a few more words?
Sorry, technical snafu. I'd like to thank everyone for sitting through that. I had made some revisions in between the time that I recorded it last week and this week. One of the things I did was I took out a lot of that stuff just about the University of Michigan because I thought, well, if they're not interested in institutional politics, perhaps this will bore them. And so I had changed it to include some other examples where COVID and technology and social justice intersect. And I thought I'd talk for a little bit about the protests that are happening in Ottawa and over the Canadian border with my state, Michigan, with the truckers and the Freedom Convoy. And so that was just a little bit of a change that I had, but it was just a way of bringing those topics together. At any rate, I'd be really interested in hearing what is going on with the students and faculty here, what kinds of thoughts you're having about the moment we're in, and how you see our field transforming over time.
Thank you so much. Let us now proceed to the interaction with the presenters and conference attendees. Let's check a few more chat. Okay. So previously, while I'm doing my papers, ma'am, I was able to encounter your works that focus on popular music, especially of that regarding Arnel Pineda and Cherise Pempengo. And how did you start doing your research on Philippine popular music, such as those on Pineda and Pempengo?
Yeah, so as often happens in this field, you run into people who reach out to you at a later time and say, "Hey, we're doing these kind of an interesting thing that hasn't been done in ethnomusicology before." So, for instance, the book that's about out in the field in ethnomusicology, it's because so many fields are far ahead of us, right, in terms of the kinds of progressive voices and the progressive things that they're talking about. And so, in the case of talking about Charisse in that book context, it wasn't so much to only talk about Charisse and popular music in the Philippines. It was really to bring to light a kind of a question, like a philosophical question about queerness, what it means, what is there such thing as a queer subjectivity, and how can we write about it? So I don't mean to say that the genre itself was less important, but I do mean to say that the genre and the person can be used as a lens through which to talk about bigger things, either about the field itself or about the kinds of things that we study, and then in this case also how we represent. And I thought popular music, and that's a good example because I could have chosen other people and other things, but popular music has been so progressive over the years that it allows us to have those kinds of conversations, that it opens the door in a way that another, say, singer in the Philippines maybe could not have in the way that Charisse did. And of course, that is, I use the name respectfully only because that was something that was used in the past before the transition.
Thank you so much. And for those attendees, you may input your questions in the chat box. Please feel free to forward your questions. Let's check the chat box here.
Hi, Vern, I see you with your hand up.
Hi. May
Hi
I,
there,
Pat?
nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you for the speech. A lot of what you presented, of course, resonate with what is going on in a different manner with what's going on in the country now. Of course, now we're swept with election fever, and there's tension and probably collective fear that the strong man and the dynasty will return. You're very familiar with the family, I'm sure. But I think, and the themes are there. You have a woman who's at the other end versus the men. But whatever happens, I mean, many of us are gripped, like I said, with fear that the future is bleak and we don't know what's going to happen next. But I think as scholars, as music scholars, as musicologists or artists, this would be exciting times, I think, if we just look beyond all that stress and needless fear. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Yeah, I think that it is often said, there's that kind of cliche, right, about that how opportunity opens up at times like that. And it's not that I think that what you're saying is that researchers would be opportunistic, but certainly, if you are as a field or as a person having a crisis of identity, then those are times when you can find purpose, right? When you can find a reason for the things you do. I mean, to sort of think that musicology or ethnomusicology exists merely for the sake of gathering knowledge for the sake of knowledge is almost like saying that classical music of the West is great because it transcends many things and it's art for the sake of art. There's got to be a point in time where we are pushed to think further about not just our individual goals, but how we act as members or citizens of this society of musicologists and ethnomusicologists, and what purpose do we really serve beyond that. So thank you. Yeah, I agree.
Thank you very much. So we also have a question from Miss Aji Manalo. She would like to ask the role of technology of popular music and how it contributes in the integration and establishment of culture.
Yeah, that's a big question. And I would say that one of the reasons that I wanted to talk about the internet and virtual ethnography, just in passing in my keynote, was because I think that the way that the internet has worked now is much more than just a technological revolution. I think that if we are to consider the role of culture not just in the kinds of things that we study and the lens that we put on them, that we have to go even further back into our experience and the role of culture in shaping the very essence of things like emotion as a social and communicative aspect. And so technology like that too, I think also can make some very fundamental changes. And that's why I was thinking about the phenomenology of the researcher. If you're studying popular music and you're dealing with technology like the internet, streaming services, all of those kinds of things, then you need to consider not just the cultural change, but the fundamental level of what it means, that sort of ontological, what is it for me to be a person made of the things that I am surrounded by and learning and feeling out of the world in a virtual place. And I just think that COVID, forcing us to interiorize so many things, to sit in front of our computers and to see this thing as being a kind of reality scape, is so different than for the graduate students here, so different than your generation, so than the generation before you, my generation, and the generation before me, in which our very conception of the world, our perception of things was so shaped by that technology, and yet drastically different in this virtual age than, say, compact discs were for us. Just a whole new world, and technology, I think, changes everything in the virtual and streaming world.
We also have the question from Professor Joy Guadalupe. She's asking, for higher education, this framework can sometimes be in opposition of the current practice of rankings. How do individuals as part of DEI advocates navigate this at the University of Michigan?
Yeah, so one of the problems that I saw, I started my associate deanship just this past fall, and one of the problems I saw arising from an incident where we had a faculty member who is in music, and he showed a blackface version of Othello, and it was a huge problem at the school. It raised a lot of issues that were DEI related, but also equity in the classroom. And I mentioned that because it brought up a similar model to one that you mentioned. The one you mentioned is a little bit of that typical model of excellence versus diversity, right? Like you can't have both. And the model that came up for this problem was academic freedom, the ability to do whatever you wanted to in the classroom, versus DEI, so the right to be racist, for instance. And those models, I have to say, one of the reasons why they can't be answered easily as they are phrased in the question is that the models themselves are false. That excellence itself is not in opposition to diversity. So the rankings of people and what we have said in our conservatory setting is excellence isn't just about sort of like a technical skill that they come in with, right? Excellence is always constructed with other things, biases and other things that, as theorists have said, we've forgotten, right? In quotes, the structures and the institutionalization and normalization of what excellence is like many things that we have forgotten because we've normalized it. And so I think it would be impossible to answer the question of how can we overcome the ranking problem with diversity if it's phrased just that way. I mean, I don't know that this is the answer, but this idea of dissolving the boundaries between many things, the gatekeeping that we do, if we were to redefine the kinds of things that are excellent, if we were to redefine what our purpose is in educating people in a conservatory setting, understanding that such a small percentage of people are going to be in an orchestra with this sort of idealized job, it may be that diversity would never, and rankings would never come up against excellence because we would have redefined excellence in terms of our students and what it is that we're teaching them to do.
Thank you so much, Dr. Castro, and thank you, Professor Guadalupe, for that question. Let's now read another from Nicola B2. Do you think that there should be a distinction ethnomusicological studies between Filipino and Filipino-American communities? And should there be a recognition of the dynamism and differences between the two or many communities?
Yeah, and one of the things that I had mentioned in the keynote was this notion in the U.S. of decolonization and anti-racism kind of pushing us. Like if you look to the extreme end of what that might look like, it would mean that you don't study anything that's not you, right? Because starting from the experience of like, okay, white people should not study Black culture because it is using Black culture to forward themselves professionally. The question then becomes, well, is the extreme answer to that, is the utopian solution to that we should only look at ourselves? In which case, I'll never look at the Philippines again, right? I should only look at Filipino Americans. And it's a really interesting question to me. I don't know the final answer on that, but I do think that they're separate phenomenon, even at the level of like psychology. So for this book that I'm working on this new identity politics, I've been reading some studies about psychology, and it's really interesting to find out some very fundamental things about psychological studies that have looked at white Euro-Americans, Asian Americans, and Asians in Asia, and how different those three categories are. So this metaphor that Asian Americans or Filipino Americans are somewhere in between those two things turns out, at least in some psychological studies, to have some salience. So if I kind of missed a couple of the words in the question just due to my connection, but if the question was, do we study these as separate phenomenon? Yeah, we can. And we can also study them as transnational and cross-cultural phenomenon. I think that there are just sort of ways of approaching it in which you try not to do a disservice to the differences between them.
Thank you so much, Dr. Castro, for the response. And also thank you to Nico for that wonderful question. And let's check another from Don Boyer. Okay. He says, Dr. Boyer says, thank you for that insightful keynote. And for those who would like to ask, please feel free to type in the chat box so that I will be able to read your questions to Dr. Castro. Okay, so from Kix Ferrer, apologies, I'm using my phone. Okay, this is from national artist Dr. Ramon Santos. He says, what do you think about taking out of books on racial issues from the libraries of some universities from some states in the US?
Oh, do you mean as a censorship issue? If that's what you're asking, I think it's terrible. Racial politics obviously is nothing new in the United States. I think it takes on a different form with each generation, with each wave of the Black liberation movement. But certainly the idea that you would take books out so that people couldn't read them is not great. That said, one of the things that we might be coming to in the U.S., which is a little different than in the past, maybe say 4 or 5 years, is that in the last 4 or 5 years, there was a strange equalization of opinion where it said, okay, so everybody's opinion is valid because this is what our DEI work is, right? And so we have to listen to everybody's view on race. And I think we're finally coming around to the notion that not all opinions are equal, not all are valid, and not all should be taught in school. So in other words, we wouldn't say that all voices are equal and that we should be able to teach racist things in the academy. And I think, if anything, we haven't reached a point yet at Michigan or anywhere else where we are not racist enough to dispense with conversations about race entirely. We just haven't gotten there yet. It's one of the problems that political movements see in general, and that is when you are in the political movement itself, it's, some would say it's impossible when you are part of the structure of these kinds of things to actually solve it from the inside. But another point of view is that when you're in it, if you cannot recognize the kinds of again, those kind of natural biases and normalizations that you have about race, then you're really not going to get anywhere. So I'm not sure which books you were talking about, but I think maybe I approached the question. You can obviously follow up if I was talking about something completely different.
Thank you so much, Dr. Castro, for that response. Um, Also, thank you to Dr. Santos. And from Kix Career, what advice would you like to give to musicology students that have very limited financial resources to do their research?
I wouldn't be able to say at the University of the Philippines. I'm not sure if that's where the question is coming from because I'm not sure how your structures work. We have certain structures at Michigan that are helpful for that. I mean, if you're thinking about, say, coming to the United States, it's some of the fellowships like the Fulbright have been helpful to folks in the past. For people going to my program, this is probably too specific an answer, but anyway, we fund folks for the first 5 years, and then fund them afterwards. So normally, if you can get to a doctoral, I would choose a doctoral program that promises you funding for however many years. But I don't know if that is a fair thing to say since I don't know the circumstances at UP and how that works. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Kix, for that wonderful question. And from Robert Delgado, in your book, Musical Renderings of the Philippine Nation, you discussed the role of music during the time of the Marcos regime. Could you kindly discuss the process of writing the book, considering the social and political issues at that time?
Yeah, and I just wrote an article about Western music and as a kind of symbolic resource actually during the Marcos regime. And I have to say, it's a privilege that I have that other folks here in the room won't have, and that is that I am not living in danger, and I don't have family members living in danger. And so for me, doing my research, I could just come in on research trips. I came back for successive years, and I could leave. And this was after the time period. There's no question that my family avoided going to the Philippines between 1972 and 1986. I went when I was tiny in 1972. We didn't come back until 1986, and then we came back and kept coming back. So I would say the reason I was able to do that sort of thing in my position is that I had the privilege to be able to do so.
Thank you so much, Mr. Delgado, for that wonderful question. And again, thank you to Dr. Castro. From Carl Anasin, any suggestion how to engage into a decolonized study of Filipino popular music when the dominant theories and empirical studies in literature and pop music are Western based or grounded?
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. So the reason I had to read the question again is there was a little bit of cutoff when I was hearing it. I had a couple of students. One is Korean from Korea, and the other is Chinese, although she is speaking Japanese and studying Japanese music. And the independent study we had in the fall was about gender and sexuality in East Asia. And so I would say that's the issue, right? Is that for them, we talked, the reason we had an independent study and we talked about a lot of different things was because I was telling them to go ahead and read, Korean language, Japanese language theorists outside of music if you have to, because there just weren't that many, to find out what are those locally based ideas so that it's not completely dominated from outside. And I do think that matters. And I think one of the reasons it matters relates to something I had been talking about just prior, about the nature of psychological studies, the nature of technologies of identity, and how those are very culturally specific. This is going to be a little bit, I'm not trying to be too rebellious here, but I will say that I do think that theorizing is important for our field. There's a way of critically thinking about the world that is, it's like an exercise for your brain. There are insights that you can get from theory that you can't get from other places. But I've told this to my students for many years, that I think it is an ethical issue to read so much on theory and then forcefully try to apply that theory to your case study. I think it's much more important to look at the thing that you're looking at and provide your insights as a scholar. That's the whole point of your doing it. And then if it resonates with one of those theories, and that theory happens to be from the West, then use it. Take that resource and use it the way you want to, but don't let the theory dominate the subject matter in the way that the colonial enterprise has dominated other places. So it's kind of your mindset and your own power to intellectually control what you put in your work.
Thank you so much, Carl, for that question. And from Dr. Arwin Tan, thank you, Dr. Castro, for your keynote. Your work has been such a great inspiration to me, particularly for being able to balance both your musical practice and musicological work. Many of us are in the same predicament. Would you like to share your thoughts on how we can do it successfully like we do?
Well, thank you for saying that I've been doing it successfully, because I have to tell you, Dr. Town, on a day-to-day basis, it doesn't always feel like it. My current position, believe it or not, is Associate Dean for Faculty Development. So work, professional life, teaching, balance, that's sort of like an everyday conversation I have with people. And it's definitely something that you customize. One of the things that has worked for me, and I think that this is true for you too, is that your passion for music itself, for participating in it, didn't dissipate when you became a scholar. For some people, they burn out so much from it. Sometimes the school and the institutional system just squeezes the very life out of you. But I think that if we sit back and reflect on what makes us who we are, that you find a way to sort of integrate those things so that you never lose that part of yourself. And so there was a part of my life when I denied, because I was trying to be so much the model of the faculty member that I thought they wanted me to be, that I just never mentioned the fact that I had continued playing rondalia. I just didn't mention that I was doing all of these things in the summer besides writing a book, right? I was going on tour and playing music and doing that stuff. And then somewhere as I approached middle age, maybe, I just said, this makes no sense to bifurcate who I am and what I think is beautiful creatively from my job. And so I just started including that in my faculty activity reports. And this next book that I'm working on is going to do something, that a senior colleague of ours who is now retired had questioned why I never did it before. And it's like, okay, I do rondalia. I'm probably going to talk about Filipino-American rondallias in this next book, and then that kind of identity thing. So thank you very much for the question. It's been something that, we all just sort of grapple with over time. But I think embracing that part of you that you think other people aren't interested in might just be one of the answers.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dan, for that question. Let's have our last two from Dr. Guevara. This is from Dr. Guevara. In the last 15 years, what direction has musicology research taken at the University of Michigan? What motivates the direction, and how are the researchers conducting fieldwork this time during the pandemic?
So one of the directions we've seen, probably, it's a long time coming, in the last maybe 10 years, is a ton of interest from students interested in U.S. music. And the reason I mentioned that first is because what it did was it sort of all came to a head during COVID when people couldn't travel. And so you started to see a lot of people turning to, changing their topics entirely to staying in the United States. And, you could study different ethnic groups or ethnic communities in the U.S., but you could also study the institution of music education itself. You could also study the nature of the Western orchestra as it manifested across different states in the United States. So the trends that we're seeing are, one, an interest in local, if local is meant to be national or U.S. music. And two, what's happened in more recent years than that 10-year span is that dissolving of boundaries wasn't just our idea for the curriculum. It really arose because so many students applying for the program, we had these conversations like, where does this person fit, right? Because they kind of want to study this, what used to be historical musicology and then Western music, but they want to talk to live people. It's very ethnographic in content. Or backwards. Here's a person applying for ethnomusicology because they want to do ethnography, but they just want to do U.S. popular music in clubs, where there are singer-songwriters. So I think that that's really what we're seeing in higher education, and that in terms of COVID, A lot of people couldn't go anywhere, and so they're doing the virtual topics, and hence my sort of, it's not real concern, but it's an intellectual concern over what it means if we go to a conference like this one. What if 2/3 of the papers at this conference were all virtual topics? How is our field getting shaped that way if that's the result of the pandemic, at least for the next 2 or 3 years? I don't know.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guevara, for the question. And then lastly, we have from Professor Pat Silvestre. Hi, Chrissy Ann. Thank you for your talk. Good to see you again. The name Everyday Musicology is very attractive as it asserts the now of music and how ideas on music can infinitely be broadened, including those which might not appear as legitimate, valid, or viable topics. But the everyday is just what matters. Also, it brings it more to a more human level. Might sound simply quotidian, but certainly is much more. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you. And also, Pat, I have to talk to you later because I want to ask you if you want to write an article for me for something. But related to the Everyday Musicology course, I was really attracted to it because of all the reasons that you mentioned. But ethnomusicology is interdisciplinary in nature, and we're not the first to talk about the everyday. So I wanted to bring in the sociological perspective, where reception and listening, where again that the sense of music as a technology of self, as Tia Denora talks about it, those things were important. That yes, it's quotidian, but that's what matters because we live in the quotidian world, right? How much of our world is a special event, or how many people are going to the kinds of spectacular concerts that people are talking about? So emotion, who we are, all of those things mean that music matters, all the time. And there was somebody had done a study not too long ago where they made what they did is they took a pager, and every 2 hours they would ask the people in the study, has there been any music and what does it mean to you? And I think the answer was something like just a little under 50% of the time for those every 2 hour pages, somebody heard music, whether it was in a coffee shop that they were in the car, whatever. And so that everyday music, those things that we don't think are important, those things that don't seem to transcend the moment, well, that's why they matter, because they don't transcend that moment. They're a part of our moment, at least, like around 50% of our lives. So it matters. What else do we have in our life that matters to us 50% of our time? Music, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Silvestre, for that wonderful comment. And on behalf of our department, we would like to thank you for being with us, as well as for delivering that wonderful keynote speech. And we will email you your certificate for your participation.
Can I also say something, Pat, before Dr. Castro leaves? First, we miss out on acknowledging that we have a Philippine national music, what you call this, national artist of the Philippines here with us, Dr. Ramon Santos. Thank you for being with us. Your digital presence makes a lot of value for us. No? So thank you for being here. And of course, on behalf of the Graduate Studies Program, thank you, Dr. Christy Ann Castro, for privileging us in your today's keynote. Thank you, and thank you, Pat.
Thank you so much. And please allow us to read the certificate of participation to be emailed to Dr. Castro. Okay, allow me to. Okay. Saliksik Musika, University of the Philippines College of Music, award this certificate of participation to Christy Ann Castro, PhD, for serving as keynote speaker to the Saliksik Musika International Online Graduate Conference of the UP College of Music, held on February 22 to 23, 2022. Signed, Nicolo Rocamora B. Group, President, UP Graduate Students of Music, and Maria Christine Buico, PhD, Coordinator, Graduate Program, UP College of Music.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so for now, we will have a 5-minute break, and then please be back for our first set of panels. Oh, I apologize. Let me read the comments before we take on a break. And
Sorry, Pat, can we have Dr. Santos? He wants to say something.
okay, from let's have Dr. Santos first. Okay. Would like to say a few words po?
Well, anyway, I think Christian Castro has already left. No, I don't know if she can still hear me. But you know, the rondalia. She talked about the rondalia because she is a rondalia player, and that she will be doing this book on the rondalia in the U.S. I would just like to ask her, no, uh, what what she thinks about the repertoire, the repertoire of the rondalia in the United States as against the repertoire of rondallas here in the Philippines, which try to emulate classical music, Western classical music. Uh, I noticed that when your Dalia came to the Philippines, that you were focusing your repertoire on Filipino rondalia, on the Filipino music, on Filipino folk music, while the Filipinos here are trying to emulate the the Western classical music, you know, and then of course doing a lot of modern music now among me and my other colleagues in the composition uh, discipline.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santos, for that insight. So before we go to the first panel, may we turn on our videos for our photo op?
Pat, can you give Dr. Castro a chance to answer? She's there anyway.
Okay, maybe again call on Dr. Castro
Yeah, she's there. Yeah.
to Dr.
Okay, I
Santos.
would just thank you, Dr. Santos, so much. It's very good to see you again. I would say that some of the rondallas are different than each other in the United States. That tendency to play Filipino music is our own kind of conceit, which is related to the generations that sort of started these rondallas in the first place, and the sort of very narrow band of culture that they're trying to emulate. And so in some ways it's positive, and in other ways we could be sort of critical of it. It's really, for me, the important part is the motivations behind the kinds of things that you talked about, which I think are extremely multi-layered and interesting. And as you were speaking, lots of things were running through my head about why one might pursue classical music and why one might pursue what we would call folkloric music. So definitely a lot of resonance with your comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Castro, and also to Dr. Santos. Please turn on our cameras for our photo session. Okay. For the one taking the documentation, please cue if we're already good with the picture taking.
This is for the first page. So here we go. Just smile. And then this is for the second page, and keep smiling. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. With that note, we would like to have a 3-minute break, and then we will come back for the first set of panelists.
Good morning. Welcome to our first panel entitled Explorations in Music Education. I'm your moderator for this morning. I'm Josepina Antonio. And let me give you the schedule for this session. First, we'll have the presentation, and after each presentation, we'll have the reaction. And then the Q&A portion will come right after the 3 presentations. Okay, so let me introduce first our first presenter. She will present her paper entitled Musika ng Selebrasyong Taytayenyo, Music Education for Heritage Community Music. Our presenter is an alumna of the Bachelor of Music Education program of the UP College of Music, from which she graduated cum laude. She was an active member of the Junior Music Educators Guild during her undergraduate years and served the student organization as a president for 2 terms. She is the incumbent president and one of the founding members of Taytay Philharmonic Youth Orchestra, with her special project in music education centering on the documentation and pedagogical organization of the music traditions in their locality. She's excellent in making and implementing multicultural and cross-disciplinary lesson plans for various grade levels while teaching in schools as student teacher and later as full-time faculty member. Currently, she is one of the board members of the Philippine Society of Music Educators and assigned as the assistant membership officer. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Ms. Asherin Joanne M. Roa.
Good morning to everyone. Musika ng Selebrasyong Taytayenyo is a development of a pre-teacher special project that focused on community musicians and the use of music education as a tool to strengthen the involvement of Taytay Youth Philharmonic Orchestra, a growing community youth string orchestra, in community cultural events and celebrations. I will be presenting to you the rationale, review of related literature, project description, program design, project goal and objectives, conceptual framework, evaluation, and recommendations. Celebrations are widely observed and exhibited in all provinces, various cities, and municipalities around the Philippines. Music plays an important role in these celebrations that enable people to showcase and maximize their musical skills, may it be through listening, creating, and performing. The municipality of Taytay in the province of Rizal celebrates annual events such as the Hamaka, Hamba, Makina, or Kaasuotan Festival, Feast of St. John the Baptist or Piesta ng Basaan, and more. These celebrations are represented not only by iconic materials and personalities, but also by diverse musical pieces or songs, usually performed by its own prominent marching bands, namely Banda Uno Malaya 1875 and Banda Dos. In comparison to the marching bands, the string orchestra or the Taytay Youth Philharmonic Orchestra is still confined to standard arrangement of classical, folk, choral accompaniment, and popular music. Thus, there is an identified need for the orchestra to be exposed and immersed to music of their hometown by using the lens of culture which the project aimed to address. In 2012, Lee Higgins proposed 3 perspectives of community music: as music of a community, as communal music making, and as an active intervention between a music leader or leaders and participants. For this project, the perspectives by Higgins are especially important with regard to orchestral music of Taytay Youth Philharmonic Orchestra or TYPO. Both past and current rehearsals or performances of the group are viewed as forms of community music, communal music making, and interaction between leaders and participants. TYPO conducts its regular or scheduled rehearsals in the municipality of Taytay, where almost all members came from. Like other musical ensembles, specifically the marching bands, Taipo does not have a permanent rehearsal venue but was able to find enough space in few homes, schools, or even churches around the community. Musical experiences enabled the orchestra to develop unity as a group and even as a growing family. Thus, strong relationships among the members is observed even when conflicts and difficulties arise. The definition of community musicians was also discussed in the review of related literature. Community musicians can be simply described as individuals in a specific community who are engaged in active music making outside a formal institution. Key terms were highlighted in the related literature, such as expectations on what community musicians should embody, commitment, encouragement, and acknowledgement. The participants were observed on how they embody and express these expectations. The study involves the arrangement of heritage band pieces of Banda Uno Malaya and Banda Dos for community string orchestra and a performance that culminates the arrangements. The methodology included ethnographic research of heritage band repertoire for community festivals and celebrations, arrangement and transcription of its musical pieces, pilot testing of these pieces, rehearsals, and lastly, a culminating performance held at the College of Music, University of the Philippines. Banda Uno Malaya of Taytay Rizal, founded in 1875, is one of the oldest community bands in the Philippines. The revolution in 1896 led to the temporary separation of the members. The band was re-established and was able to participate in various band competitions in the country, including the Balik Banda in 1978, and garnered multiple awards and trophies. The band continues to share their music for the community and can be heard during celebrations, feasts, parades, and more. The other band is named Banda Dos, a local community brass band in Taytay Rizal, which participates in seasonal or occasional events in and outside of the municipality. The group garnered multiple achievements, such as being the national champion in 1988 and National Balikbanda champion in 1980. They also earned third place in the National Music Competition for Young Artists in 2016. The band is also one of the members of the Pasambap or Pambansang Samahan ng mga Banda sa Pilipinas. The participants are from the Taytay Youth Philharmonic Orchestra, both junior and pioneer members. It is the youngest established instrumental ensemble in Taytay Rizal, founded only in 2006 and re-established in 2015. It is composed of more than 20 young musicians and around 20 in-training students from Taytay and its neighboring towns. The group was able to and continuously share their music in both public and private events in different venues such as schools and churches outside of Taytay. Aside from being invited as guest performers in collaborative concerts, Taipo was able to stage recitals and was able to produce a solo concert for a cause last January 2018. The project was divided into 3 stages. The first stage, survey and research, was implemented in the first 2 months of the project. Proposal and information letters for both bands were sent before the survey and selection of relevant pieces. These pieces were based on the chosen celebrations in the municipality. Given consent by the bandmasters, band pieces originally written for and performed by Banda Uno and Banda Dos were arranged or transcribed. The second stage, arranging of pieces, started right after the survey and research. Musical pieces were arranged for various instrumentations or for small and large ensembles or various instruments available in the community. Stages 2 and 3 overlap in terms of schedule as rehearsals commence after 1 or 2 arrangements were written. Performance was planned to be held in the last month of the project's timeline in February, which is also the month of Hamaka or Town Festival celebration, but was scheduled for the 1st of March instead. The goal and objectives are as follows. At the end of the project, the participants will be able to perform relevant pieces of the town with cultural awareness and develop their ensemble musical skills. Interpret selected musical pieces arranged for string ensemble, perform the selected band repertoire with proficiency, and lastly, exhibit awareness and give importance to community events through performance of relevant pieces. Now, we look at the conceptual framework that presents the important concepts relevant to the project. The four main concepts of the project are as follows: celebrations, community band repertoire, community orchestra, and music education. Various celebrations include instrumental music, which the community bands perform or render that enables them to mirror the musical culture of the town. The broken line signifies the weak relationship or inactive participation of the community orchestra in Taytay celebrations or cultural events. Music education can be used as a tool in order for the orchestra to be more knowledgeable about the music culture of the community through the introduction of band repertoire to be arranged for appropriate instrumentation. However, issues or challenges that involve both ensembles should be taken into consideration when implementing activities such as arranging, rehearsing, and performing, for this can either hinder or contribute to the progress of the project. The project's implementation considered various resources, time frame, and level of performance or skills of the participants, observed and reflected in the evaluation and the culminating performance, wherein the project proponent also presented the compilation of all arrangements, project report, financial report, results, and recommendations. A panel evaluated all stages of the project from the proposal, implementation, and up to the culminating event. To further improve the project, recommendations included continuous and regular rehearsals, additional relevant heritage pieces, a conducive venue in the specific hometown for the culminating event, collaboration with other community musicians, and support from the local government or other related organizations. The effect of the pandemic on community musicians, which took place after the implementation of the project, must also be taken in consideration for the continuous development of the said project. This study presented an avenue of relevant and remarkable contribution in promoting rich cultural heritage and musical traditions. To end my presentation, let us watch an excerpt of Mabuhay ang Taytay, the hymn of the municipality performed by Taytay Youth Philharmonic Orchestra, both junior and pioneer members. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Asherin Roa, for that wonderful presentation. Let me introduce the two presenters for this morning. Wang Ke He's a PhD candidate at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, the University of Sydney. She comes from China. Her master's and undergraduate degrees in music pedagogy are from the China Conservatory of Music. She's currently undertaking her PhD pedagogy research on the Chinese and other East Asian music in the New South Wales primary, secondary, and tertiary educational institutions, and the impacts on East Asian students and teachers' sense of cultural identity under the supervision of Associate Professor Michael Webb. Wang Ke is interested in East Asian music, especially Chinese music and music pedagogy. Aside from having essays published in refereed journals, she also has a book entitled The Social and Applied Psychology of Music. She will present the paper entitled Pre-Service Music Teachers' Competence Requirements, a case study from the New Era, China. And the last of the three presenters, Christine Marie Lee Magpile. She graduated cum laude from the University of Santo Tomas and finished a Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education, majored in History, and minor in Religious Education and School Guidance. She completed her academic requirements for MA in Counseling at De La Salle University. She's currently finishing her MA in Araling Filipino from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. In 2018, she was a fellow of the 6th Angono Writers Summer Workshop, as well as a Writers Fellow of Kataga, Quezon City chapter. In 2019, Magpile became a fellow for La Salle Critica National Workshop on Art and Cultural Criticism. She was also a fellow for Filipino Creative Nonfiction in the 2008 USC National Writers Workshop. She will present her paper, Connecting Filipino Children with Their Roots. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Professor Ki Wang and Ms. Magpile.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to have the opportunity to share my work with you. My name is Wang Ke. I'm a PhD candidate at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, the University of Sydney. The presentation that follows is based on my master's research conducted in China in 2018 to 2019 and is titled Pre-Service Music Teachers' Competence Requirements, a case study from New Era, China. I will present this study in the following aspects, which are research background, research questions, methodology, results, and conclusion. In this work, I only present the quantitative research findings and conclusions. Pre-service music teachers' competencies have received a lot of attention in music education. In many countries, a variety of policies have been developed and implemented with the aim of improving the competencies of pre-service music teachers and in-service music teachers. China is no exception in this regard. However, the change to teacher education in the context of new era policies provide Chinese higher education institutions with a number of challenges as they train future music teachers. The phrase new era refers to a certain reforms the Chinese government has been implementing as part of its global development strategy. The term New Era was coined in 2017 refers to socialism with Chinese characteristics has entered a new era. This era marks a moment to carry on the past while opening up the future. And China is capable of achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese national than any other time in history. Based on this, I began to reflect how we may become individuals who can contribute to the course of music education in China. As a result, this research was born. Here, there are 3 points to consider. First is the policy background. In January 2018, March 2018, and early 2019, the General Office of the State Council and the Ministry of Education of the People's Republic of China issued documents that aimed to improve the quality of the teaching force, indicating that the current Chinese government places a high value on teacher and pre-service training. Second, this implies that teachers are crucial to the implementation of educational developments and reforms, that pre-service teachers are the backbone of the teaching force in China's foundational levels of education. As future primary and secondary music teachers in China, their competence levels have a direct impact on the future of education. The broader academic context is the third point to consider. Competencies, teachers' competencies, and teacher education research have been popular research topics, which reflect the concern of many researchers within the field of teacher education. Music teacher major students are the subject of this study. In addition to professional teacher competencies, pre-service music teachers need to gain knowledge, theory, and skills related to the subject of music. Many scholars and researchers have different opinions on the definition of competence. In this study, competence can be defined as the personality and abilities that are acquired through subjective learning based on intrinsic genetics and adapt to the needs of lifelong individual and social development. However, literature searchers reveal that there is still a scarcity of research exploring music teacher education from inside the music discipline and investigating their competence needs from this perspective. Therefore, the aim of this study is to analyze the competence needs of pre-service music teachers in China from a new perspective, with the goal of providing data support and a foundational for training pre-service music teachers in higher education institutions in China, based on China's basic national conditions at the time the study was conducted. The following research questions were posed. How do pre-service music teachers evaluate their own professional competence levels? What factors influence their evaluation of their professional competence levels? What differences are there among pre-service music teachers regarding their evaluation of their professional competence levels? The roadmap for the study included formulating research questions, conducting a literature search, designing and implementing a survey and interviews, analyzing the findings, and formulating recommendations. Mixed methods were employed in this study. Both quantitative and qualitative research included survey and semi-structured interviews. A random sample of pre-service music teachers from freshmen to seniors from 3 higher education institutions in Beijing was selected for this study to investigate their need for competencies. The questionnaire I designed was based on the 2 official documents, the Chinese Teacher Professionalism Structure Mind Map and Chinese Students Development Core Competence Project Research Group Questionnaire, as well as the needs of music teachers, professional development, and professional characteristics as indicated in the relevant literature. The questionnaire is divided into 4 dimensions: professional knowledge competence, professional skill competence, professional ethics competence, and professional philosophy competence. Each of these dimensions contained 8 sub-items. Prior to the wider distribution of the questionnaire, it was pre-tested on a small sample of pre-service music teachers in the 3 institutions, and the findings were analyzed and tested before moving to the formal survey. The following is the basic profile of the sample for this study. A total of 211 questionnaires were distributed in the survey and 207 questionnaires were returned, with a return rate of 98%. The scale is based on a 5-point Likert scale, which is separated into 5 levels and scored from 1 to 5. SPSS statistical analysis software were utilized to analyze the questionnaire responses. The questionnaires were tested for reliability and validity individually using the Cronbach alpha for reliability and the KMO test and Ballet test for validity. According to the results of the test, the Cronbach alpha is greater than 0.9, and the KMO test value is 0.950. Following factor analysis, the results showed that each variable effectively reflected the factor constructs in this study, indicating that this questionnaire has high reliability and validity. The following is a description of the results of the study. The first part of the analysis is the current situation analysis, which uses the results of the descriptive analysis. The analysis shows that pre-service music teachers has the highest mean values for the professional knowledge competence dimension and the lowest mean values for the professional philosophy competence dimension. However, all 4 dimensions are at a moderate to low level overall. Secondly, I can observe the standard deviation of the 4 dimensions that the professional knowledge competence dimension has the highest standard deviation and the smallest in the professional ethics competence dimension, with the high degree of standard deviation and the difference dispersion overall. This indicates that while the 4 dimensions are moderate to low, there are large differences between individuals. Thus, I conclude that pre-service music teachers have positive attitudes and awareness of learning in this study. However, there are significant differences between the professional knowledge competence dimension and the professional skills competence dimension. I hypothesize that the factors influencing this difference might include factors such as age, grade, and so on. Then, using an independent samples t-test, an analysis of variance was conducted. After analysis, there were significant differences between Han and ethnic minorities in the professional knowledge competence and professional skills competence dimension. That is p-value less than 0.05. However, there were no significant differences in the dimensions of gender, only child in family, class leader status, with p-value greater than 0.05. This demonstrates that these differences are generated by individual to individual difference rather than group to group differences. Furthermore, Pearson correlation coefficients were analyzed separately for each dimension and demographic variable, and the analysis was carried out by using analysis of variance. The analysis reveals that grade and age were not related with the competence needs of pre-service music teachers with p-value greater than 0.05 for the 4 dimensions. However, place of origin and class ranking were significantly related with the professional skills competence needs of pre-service music teachers, that is p-value less than 0.05. In summary, it can be concluded that among the demographic variables, gender, grade, age, only child in family, and whether they were class leaders are unrelated to the competence needs of pre-service music teachers. Ethnicity and class ranking related with the competence needs of pre-service music teachers in the professional knowledge competence and professional skill competence dimensions. place of origin related with the competence needs of pre-service music teachers in the professional skill competence dimension. Overall, the study found that such competencies are only partially understood in this study, and that participants differed considerably in the ways they ranked their own competencies, although they appeared to be confident that they were developing an acceptable professional music teacher identity. Based on an analysis of the data collected, I have been able to make 4 recommendations to teacher training in institutions in China. First, they acknowledge the differences among individual trainers. Second, they try alternative teaching methods to address trainers' different abilities. Third, they concentrate on raising the overall standard of teacher training. And fourth, they create environments that cultivate and nurture trainers and which deepen teachers' professional identities. Although these aspects are well addressed in the literature, prior to this study, there has been no data pointing to such needs in teacher training in China. The significance of this research is that it was conducted soon after the policy announcement. Thus, it was the first study undertaken in China that investigated pre-service music teachers' perceptions of their professional competence levels. I believe that this will provide some reference and learning for the training of music teachers in the new era of basic education. On the one hand, it is expected that it will assist pre-service music teachers to evaluate their own competence levels and begin to address any deficiencies themselves. And on the other hand, that it is hoped that it will provide a research foundation and a reference for the training pre-service music teachers in higher education institutions in China. Before closing, I should note the limitations of the study, such as the service limited scope, which results in insufficient subjects, the small number of subjects in qualitative research, and the inherent validity of individuals, which can make the research process inevitably subjective and have an impact on the data. In conclusion, I believe that the competencies of primary and secondary music teachers is built and developed systematically while the process of training and practices. Pre-service music teachers and in-service music teachers need to practice, reflect, and improve. That is, take some responsibility for the development of their own learning. Okay, that's all I have to report. Thank you for your listening.
Mabuhay, and a pleasant morning to everyone. For my topic entitled Connecting Filipino Children with Their Roots, I will be presenting how selected picture books about folk songs can be utilized so that the children can learn about their culture. Let's begin. The photos that you see in this slide are taken from an elementary textbook. The 2 sentences indirectly give a derogatory impression of an Igorot's physical feature and seemingly looks down upon the way the Igorot dresses. Let's see another example. In this slide, it shows an erroneous content as Banawe is the home of the Ifugaos and not the Aitas. Are there any lessons covered about indigenous people in basic education? Let's find out. The music curriculum guide shows that Philippine folk music and the arts are covered to grade 7 students who are in middle school. What about in the Araling Panlipunan subject? The curriculum guide of social studies shows that pupils learn basic knowledge about the culture and tradition of their community in grade 2. In grade 3, pupils learn about the culture of the province and region aside from their community. When they reach grade 4, they learn about the indigenous people, ethno-linguistic group, and indigenous cultural community in relation to Philippine geography. But can Filipino children really learn well about indigenous people and our culture with the aid of textbooks during class? The study involved reviewing the collection of picture books from Adarna House on the following folk songs. Laron-leron sinta, magtanim ay di biro, maliit na gagamba, pen-pen de sarapen, atin kupong singsing, paru-parong bukid, ako ay may lobo, bahay kubo, 10 mga daliri, entong-tong-tong pakitong-kitong. For the tahanan books, the following picture books featuring folk songs are as follows. Bahay kubo, pagtulog na nene, pakitong-kitong, kaisa-isa niyan, ed-edoy, lubi-lubi, pong-pong ginakbong, and pok-pok alimpako. Moving on, the study aims to identify Filipino children's books that feature folk songs. It also aims to describe the distinct features of the picture book about folk songs, which make it an effective learning material to teach culture among children. Lastly, the study aims to review the value expressed in the folk song featured in the picture book and relate how this message can teach Filipino children to learn one's culture. What are the salient points of the study? As the collection from Adarna House are intended for toddlers and preschoolers, their books can be an effective learning material for children as they have pictures with bright colors. Children can easily understand the message of folk songs as the illustration helps the child to grasp and visualize the lyrics as a story. Children can learn how to appreciate their surroundings through picture books about folk songs because the illustration from the book complement the lyrics and are able to tell an amusing story or simple message. For example, Magtanim ay di biro tells about the hardships encountered by farmers while planting. Aside from awareness, the child can learn to develop and show appreciation to our farmers when he or she sees fruits and vegetables. Meanwhile, the collection from Tahanan books feature a picture book with folk songs of selected regional customs and traditions that showcase diversity of different indigenous people in the Philippines. The book is an effective learning material because it has musical notation and includes a relevant background about the song. Let's find out the feedback of the teachers about these books. Teachers use the book as a springboard to introduce the lesson on culture or indigenous people. Teachers also played the song or let the pupils learn the folk song to make it more interesting. Children paid more attention in reading the book after learning or hearing the song. Children were able to relate to folk songs about animals, plants, food, and family. What about the parents? Parents use the book to teach their children about history and be familiar with indigenous people so they can show respect and appreciate one's cultural heritage. However, teachers and parents had difficulty in using some of the books from Tahanan books as a learning material since they are unfamiliar with the folk song. In conclusion, teachers and parents can use picture books on folk songs to effectively teach about our cultural heritage to children because of its colorful illustration and text, which are visually catchy. A child's development can be affected by the surrounding environment like the family, school, and community where cultural values and customs are gained. A picture book about folk songs can be influential to a child's learning since it can forge bonding moments for parents and build an engaging interaction of teachers during storytelling to the child. For example, the Magindanawan Kaisa-Isa Niyan evoke the joy of finding harmony in the counting song. It teaches children simple rhythms that can be played in the Kolintang ensemble. A picture book about folk songs becomes an effective storyteller of the traditions of indigenous people because the visual spatial aspects of the book allow children to observe what is modeled in the illustration. Meanwhile, the linguistic verbal aspect, in terms of the text and lyrics, allow the children to acquire values implied in the folk song. For the recommendations, it would be better to ask the children also, since it could provide another perspective on the level of a young reader. It would be better if the book can have other special features, like a scan code or link where they can listen to the actual sound of the folk song or watch a related video. Lastly, consider providing guide questions or supplementary activities like doing role play, as this can develop the interpersonal skills of the child and deepen understanding about cultural heritage. This ends my presentation. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Professor Wonke and Ms. Christine Magpile, for your interesting and wonderful presentations. Let me introduce first our panel reactor for this morning. She is a professor at UP Diliman College of Music. She holds a Bachelor of Music in Music Education, magna cum laude, Master of Music in Music Education, and Doctor of Philosophy in Sociology and Anthropology of Education. She has taught music in preschool, elementary, and high school levels in both public and private schools. And she now teaches humanities and liberal arts and music theory, special project in music education, and graduate music education research methods. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Dr. Jocelyn Timbol Guadalupe.
Thank you, Ms. Josie. I hope you can hear me. How is the sound? Okay.
Yes, Doc.
Salamat po. All right. For my first of all, I'd like to commend our three music educators for focusing on various aspects of explorations in music education, namely first, community music education, second, teacher professionalization and teacher quality, and the third being music education books or learning resources. So let me first go to Asha's presentation. She talked about how informal music education through the development of community orchestra enables culture and meaning making among the people of the place. So she used the Higgins framework on community music on this, as well as probably an indigenous concept in Pantayong Pananaw called paglulugar. Now, she used documents and historical research for the repertoire and an intervention based from her arrangements, a pilot test using a quasi-sample of 20 people and 20 youth and children. Now, during the presentation, I noticed that there was limited time constraints in the presentation of the perhaps the reactions of the kids to the repertoire. Was it meaningful for them? Do they still find meaning in these music that somehow is played by the band? So it's sort of their soundscape. They hear it played by the band, and now they are playing it in their own instrument, sort of a transfer of that repertoire. So later on, perhaps Miss Ash can talk about the children's reactions. I'm very curious about how that is. And how do they recognize the meaning of this informal music making vis-a-vis their school music education? Do they view them as intermingling, or do they view them as something that are not connected? It's very important for us as a community of music educators to see how knowledge is interconnected. In the interconnections, we find new knowledge and new meaning. So I would like Ms. Roa later on to answer that question. Now going to the next, Professor Kiwang, no, from the University of Sydney, had a mixed methods analysis. And we noticed that in 2018, there was a new era of teacher qualifications. You see, it seems to be common in our country. We also had the Philippine Public School Teaching Standards, or we call it the PPST, which was developed in conjunction with AusAid and the Philippine Normal University. So therefore, you can see, and this was done in 2018 as well, 2017, 2018, around that period. So you can see that there's some sort of a development along teacher quality and professionalization as a common thread in this time of music education in our area of the globe. You mentioned that this is in the context of China's history now. And also you did some desk research and survey research and mixed methods. You used SPSS. And I'm happy that the KMO and the alpha levels are very high, which means that the instrument itself is reliable and valid for your results. And also your findings regarding the first two, knowledge and skills, being most important according to the scale that you gathered, but also ethics and philosophy as relatively low in comparison to the four. It seems to point out to still a very psychologistic view of teacher quality among the sample. And it's probably because the standards themselves are gearing towards that kind of individual measurement. And so therefore, in your assumptions, you define competence as something that is also very social. But the standards themselves are not reflective of that definition. And so therefore, the data shows that the ethics part and the philosophy part, which is something that is socially constructed by the individual, was not significant. Based on the p-value of 0.05. And also the ranking and place as a significant variant based on the ANOVA versus age, family, and such. And so my question is, in your recommendations, you said that alternative teaching methods are recommended for this kind of standards to be achieved. How would you say that the alternative teaching method is well adapted to the 2018 policy? Are the policies open to alternative teaching methods? And then the second question, I have three questions. The second question would be, would you be open to do a regression study at this time? Because, it's been 2018, 19, 20, 2021, so there's a lot of data already. And probably the first batch of the pre-service teachers will be graduating. And so it would be good to do a regression study on the quantitative side. Now, on the qualitative side, you said that you did the interview or semi-structured interviews. I wonder if what kind of analysis software did you use? Did you do some coding? And if so, what were the themes that were resulted from these? Okay, so thank you very much. It was a very interesting journey to see that what is happening in your place in China is similar to what is happening in the Philippines. And of course, this is all entangled with Australian grants. For the third, Ms. Ching, on learning materials. privately published, because it was shown in the first part. The first part were I think the public modules produced by specific teachers, and then but your data set includes the private materials from Adarna and Tahanan books, which are Manila-based publications but have circulation all over the Philippines and probably some places abroad. You touched on IPED, which is cultural education awareness. And partly your method of analysis was curriculum mapping, limited to the scoping of particular grade levels in Araling Palipunan and music, as well as to a certain extent language and literature, and vis-a-vis a textbook review of the choices, the books that you have chosen. Now, for your results, I am happy that you interviewed parents as well, aside from the teachers, and of course your own review as a teacher. Um, you mentioned Bronfenbrenner's ecological model system, which may be sometimes very clean in its particularization of macroculture and the individual, family, and social groups. But sometimes, as the results of your parental data shows, the culture or the macroculture is not necessarily relevant to the home culture. But in Bronfenbrenner's assumption, this is very clean. So therefore, probably another kind of analysis has to be put in place, because we live in the now. While we are part of certain groups that are historicized, but when we react to certain things that we're not familiar with, it sort of shows that a culture as we define it in Bronfenbrenner's formulation is not as clean. Now, my question, I have only one question, no, because I was supposed to ask whether there was an audio clip, but you answered that towards the last part. My question is, how about community-made big books instead of privately published? Because in the North, some communities have produced big books in their instructional materials. This removes the economic uh, being published by a commercial publisher. Of course, commercial publishing has a big reach, but what do you think about community-made big books, which is the trend in some areas in northern Philippines? So that's my reaction. And basically, the theme explorations in music education is a big, big net. It casts a big net. And I'm thankful to our panel for, talking about many portions from community music education to teacher quality in music education, as well as learning resources. Thank you, Ms. Josie.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guadalupe. Okay. We shall now proceed to the question and answer portion. Before we go to that, let me remind the audience to stay put for a pictorial after this panel. Okay. So the host told me to inform the presenters and the reactor that the certificates will be given out after this presentation. Okay, so let me read first. Oh, no question yet. Any question from the audience? Okay.
Actually, Josie, I had 5 questions. No? First to Ash, to
Okay.
Professor Kewang, and then to Ms. Ching. Individualized questions.
Okay, I think the presenters may now answer the question of the reactor.
Good morning po. Am I clear po?
Yes.
So, thank you, Ma'am Joy, for that reaction. And actually, I would like also to share the expression or the impact of this project to the participants. And the participants are both the junior and pioneer members. So the pioneer are the older members, while the junior are the students. And I was able to observe their excitement and joy during the implementation of the project. and especially during the culminating event, because we usually hear their stories when we're rehearsing, and one can see their excitement, especially when they learn a familiar song or a familiar piece that they just usually hear when they're in school or during cultural events. And it brings joy that they can actually perform it by themselves. And just like, for example, the municipality hymn that we were able to hear earlier. So this is the hymn that students or Taytayanos always sing after the national hymn or the Lupang Hinirang. And what else? The other pieces include town fiesta marches and the familiar song of the town's church patron saint and more. And aside from the participants, the parents of the students were also active in supporting the project, and um, you can observe their active participation and support for their kids. And it made an impact to them, because we usually just perform in schools or we just rehearsing. So I think it was memorable for them to be able to perform in an actual institution or in front of an audience. And for the second question, in connection to the music education that they experience inside a classroom, I can say that there are differences, especially in application of the fundamental or the basic elements of music that they learn in class. We all know that it's one of the major concerns in music education, such as music sometimes becomes purely notation and reading and writing inside the classroom. And it's far from experiencing holistic experiences, such as what the participants did during the project implementation. So I hope that not only for this project, but there will be more other projects that students such as this or these kids will be able to apply what they learn inside the classroom, or maybe just inside the classroom they will be able to also experience meaningful music making. Thank you po.
Okay, now let's have Professor Wangke to answer the question of Dr. Guadalupe.
Hello, thanks for your question. So, the first question regarding the qualitative study, I use the semi-structured interviews to interview two groups of pre-service music teachers and lecturers separately. And the interview data were analyzed by coding software to produce the findings. But since the time limit for this presentation is 15 minutes, so there is not a lot of time available for me to share the qualitative findings. But however, the results of the data from the qualitative study is similar to the quantitative study findings. And another question is because this study has some limitations, because this study sample was only about 200 participants. So I think the limitations of the participants is insufficient. As you mentioned, the regression analysis, I think it's a good question for me to recollecting the new data before analyzing the current status of pre-service music teachers in China. So thanks for your question.
Thank you, Professor Wangke. Let's go to Miss Christine Magpile.
So mabuhay at isang mapagpalayang umaga sa inyong lahat. So I'd like to thank Professor Joy for her wonderful review and analysis of my study. and her comments as well. No, actually, with respect to that, I think if ever I will be improving or updating the study, that would be a wonderful scope, no, of the study, since I haven't incorporated, or I haven't included the books published by the community with respect to picture books or children's book touching about culture. Because primarily my study is purposive in nature, since I'm a teacher and a textbook author and editor based in Manila. Primarily, when I explored the study, um, I I learned from parents and teachers that I was able to interview, that it's quite alarming for children and students for Metro Manila based, either in public or in private, that they do not have a very good grasp of our culture, as well as that of their perception on indigenous people. That's why I primarily chose books that are published commercially and privately. But with respect to your comment about community-based children's book, there's maybe I'd like to share this as well. No, there's a group called Philippine Task Force for Indigenous Peoples' Right. So sometime in 2020, they did a project called Pagsalin. So it's an anthology or collection of indigenous knowledge systems and practices. Well, this book is not exactly geared for elementary level, but since it has pictures, it has illustrations, and the stories are can be easily read, it could be a good material, as a learning material, which teachers and parents can use. I'm not that sure though if this is available uh, publicly, because I'm part of the anthology. So what they did at the FIP, they solicited contributors from various parts of the country, but they focused more on those based in the community. So the majority of the contributors are from various regions. And then there's also another group I've encountered, the ABC Educational Development Center children's book. This is based in the southern part. So they have this project called Buklatan sa Manggindanaw. So primarily their task is to produce materials, primarily children's and picture book about the culture in Mindanao. Most of their stories are more on about family, and more about stories covering values. They haven't explored yet covering stories about folk songs, but in terms of community book publishing based on indigenous culture, we have this one, ABC Educational Development Center children's book, that caters to community-based publishing on picture books.
Thank you, Ms. Magpile. We have another question here from Professor Ben Brillantes, addressed to Ms. Roa. Okay, what is the difference in cultural impact to the Taytay community in having a Philharmonic orchestra as opposed to wind bands? What are the pros and cons of having a Philharmonic orchestra acculturated in the community?
Good morning po, Sir Ben. And for that question po, I believe that there is not much of a difference in cultural impact in having a community orchestra as opposed to the bands, but maybe the community will be able to be more appreciative of various community musicians that they have in their hometown. And aside from that, maybe or maybe the majority of the Taytayenos are more familiar with the bands. So if ever they got to know more about the orchestra, they will be able to um, support them and even encourage the youth to join this community orchestra. And some of the pros include having a group or a community group musicians that can influence the youth to be aware, and maybe they can spark their interest in community music. And another one is that students can have this something that they can lean to, and not only, for example, not only for schoolwork or for course at home, but they can do something that they enjoy, and of course they can share to other people. And one I can think of, the disadvantage is that because it's not under a formal institution, so resources can be limited, such as what I've said earlier. We don't have what they call this, the permanent rehearsal venue, and what else? Of course, the structure of the group can be uh, can be influenced by different factors, such as, for example, the parents or the board members of the group. And then what else? The cons include um, just like what we've observed during the implementation. Of course, this is not a required thing for the students. So it's a bit challenging for them to be continuously rehearsing or encouraged in continuing what they do. So I hope I hope I answered it po. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roa. I have one question for Ms. Magpile. What is your opinion on the idea that ethnomusicologists have a crucial and great role in expanding our compendium of published folk materials for children?
That's a great question, ma'am. With respect to the books published by Tahanan Books, it's great to know no, that the consultant and the project lead for that is Dr. Prudente. Dr. Prudente Santa Maria. So she's very well versed in the topic, and of course, since she's an expert of ethnomusicology, I believe that she was able to do justice on the books under Tahanan Books, especially that she chose folk songs that are not very familiar with the general audience, but would have significance in terms of knowledge about the indigenous culture. So yes, I agree that it would be great, no, especially that especially with other children's book published by commercially based publication. At times, the consultant or the author may not be very knowledgeable about this field. So I would highly encourage ethnomusicologists or those expert in the field of music education to write books about it, because some, like for example, as an author, I may have difficulty writing the material itself because it's not my subject field of expertise. But I think if you're an expert of, let's say, ethnomusicology, you would, in terms of content and subject development, that would already be a great advantage.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Magpile. Another question from the participants. No more? Okay, from Miss Mary Catherine. Catherine. For Miss Roa, who ensures the sustainability of the group? Is there a separate entity that supports the organization? How does the LGU fit in the larger context of the group's continued operations and existence?
Hello po. Thank you po, Ma'am Kat. But before I answer that po, I would also like to acknowledge Sir Ben Brillantes because he's one po of the founding members of that orchestra, and he was with the typo when before I participated as a member. And for Ma'am Kat's question, um we have the typo board where or who ensures the sustainability of the group, and they also help us um in in of course in the hierarchy or the system of the group's organization. And how does the local government unit actually offers like the sponsorship for community musicians, and the board are the ones who prepare the papers or apply for this sponsorship. And I think that that was helpful for the previous projects, but for now, especially because of the pandemic, we are still fixing how can we reestablish the group, how can we continue the rehearsing and the projects, and hopefully we'll have this collaboration or help from local government and other organizations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roa. Another question for Professor Wangke. Okay. May I know currently what are the concrete measures that China is undertaking to address any of the dimensions that you have discovered in your study? Professor Wangke.
Hello, thanks for your question. In my research, I think about the in my research about the recommendations, I think the university should recognize the individual differences and achieve standard development, and second, try and substitute different teaching methods to improve the overall level of teacher training, and finally create a nurture environment to further deepen the professional identity of pre-service music teachers. So because my study was conducted in 2019, 2018 to 2019, so I will collecting the data and analyzing the findings and share the findings with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wangke. I think we have reached the time. Okay, so at this juncture, I want to thank you and congratulate our presenters and our panel reactor for your participation and for your sharing of your knowledge and effort for this morning session. So maybe invite everyone to turn on their camera for the photo opportunity. Okay.
Okay, this is for page 1. And that's it. And one more. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So thank you, Ms. Ashrin Roa, Professor Kuwang, Christine Magpile as our presenters, and Dr. Jocelyn Timbol as our reactor. Okay, so we would like to invite you for this afternoon's panel sessions. Thank you very much.
Y cuando en noche oscura cuando en noche oscura se envuelva
cuando en noche oscura se envuelva
el cementerio. Y solo muertos. Y solo muertos queden volando.
y solo muertos queden volando ahí.
No turbes su reposo.
No turbes su reposo.
No turbes su reposo. No turbes el misterio.
No turbes el misterio.
Tal vez acordes oigas de cítara o salterio.
Tal vez acordes oiga de cítara o salterio.
Entonces, nada importa.
Me pongas en olvido.
Tu atmósfera, tu espacio,
tus vales cruzaré, vibrante y limpia nota.
sarà para tu oído.
Aroma, luz, colores, rumor, canto.
Constante repitiendo la esencia del fe.
Aroma, luz, colores, rumor.
Constante repitiendo la esencia del fe.
Repitiendo
la esencia.
La esencia.
You feel with your ears and hear with the feeling, steered by the bells of loathing. You lick with your nose and smell with your tongue. Seared by the stream of yearning, you long for the touch of Saturn's long, large finger, and let the morn mourn your passing. Or you live for the love that makes a cold fast, hot as the hope that lays a new world, fresh and warm.
Ikaw pala'y isang higanteng nagbalat kayo lamang sa isang bansot. nahibla ng sang katauhan. Espiritong mabalhalang kalwa ka ng pinalob sa isip nung diwat at damdam ng sinuko. Sa imig tunog at saliw, bayok at tagungguan, titubalunggan, kalsakut yapig, kudlong ng guwan. Binagtas mo mga kasuk, dulangan ka ng bingit ng pagkamortal. Patibuk ka na nanalangit at pinilit mong abutin banal na kaharian, skatang pagsamba sa tinig at gong, kahoy kawahiyan. Ang iyong payapang pagpana, tumagundog na dagok sa dilim karimlan sa sariling katauhan. Iyong ngayong malalasat, papawiring malaya, malabatalang kasasawian ng ininga. Sana iyong idang-gisa bawat tulilang diwa, ang imig samyot, engkanto ng bagamong musika.
Sampung mga daliri, sampung mga daliri, sampung mga daliri, sampung mga daliri, sampung 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 mga daliri, sampung hayat sampung, sampung 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 ilong na maganda, sampung 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 mga daliri, hayat sampung, sampung 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 ilong na maganda. maganda. Isa, dalawa, tatlo, ang tatay mong kalbo. Dalawa, tatlo, apat, ang tatay mong payat. Naligo sa dagat, naligo sa dagat. Natuklap ang balat. Sampo, sa mga mata, ilong na maganda, ilong na maganda. Sampo, madali, kamay at papa. Dalawang tenga, ilong na maganda. Yelo, malamig pag natunaw, tubig. Yelo, malamig pag natunaw. Ang tatay mong kalbo, lumalipas ng takbo, nabasa ang bulok, isa, dalawa, tatlo, apat. Ang tatay mong payat, naligo sa dagat,
At nagkaroon ng mga kidlat at mga dilim. At sumigaw sila ng malakas na agila.
The province of Aklan is located in the western Visayas region of the Philippines. Its capital is Calibo. The province is a top producer of abaca and piña fibers, which are dyed and made into cloths, bags, wall decors, and fans. The oldest province in the country has also produced eminent persons in the field of music and the arts, like Telesforo Sukgang and Morales Atienza. Aklan is more than just the home of the famous Boracay Island and Ati-Atihan Festival. But the province has so much to discover. It is also the dwelling place of the Atianon Bukidnon Indigenous community, the living jewels of northwestern Panay. The Akyanon Bukidnon are the indigenous people of Madalag, Libakaw, and Nabasa clan. As a subgroup of the Panay Bukidnon indigenous community, they identify themselves according to the nearest body of water and according to prominent landforms. Thus, the Akyanon use the term to identify themselves who are living near the Akyan River. Along with the other subgroups, the Halawudnon for those who are residing near the Halao River in the highlands of Kalinog, Haniway, and Lambunaw, Iloilo. The Panayanon for those who are close to the Panay River from Tapaz and Hamindan, Capiz. And the Iraynon from the mountainous areas of Valderrama and Lawaan, Antique.
Ula-ula tubi. Kung maula to sa Panay, ilaman. Kung maula di sa Aklan, amon man. Kung maula to sa Baloy, ilaman. Mang maula mato sa Antique ng mga Craig na ilaman.
Akyanon Bukidnon are excellent hunters and fishers. Their literatures in poetry form were handed down from one generation to another through singing or chanting. They also tell stories, histories, lessons, advice, or practical guide to life through ambahan, which contains a message or testimony being used in the hungaw or the traditional arranged marriages.
Manyagun, atorokan. Ada kereta ngatong IP, tugong kaya, naunang tawa.
Agambahan na kung mga example, mga pangasawa. Pasikreto. Pasikreto.
Nagadugo pangaluyan.
Oh, pangaluyan na.
Okay.
Tapos, kung medyo punsyonabla sa amo,
sa hungaw na mismo.
Hungaw na mismo, ambahan pa na dyan.
Tagpito magkita. Tagpito. Ang kunatata magkita. Tagsa. Abdong kaya. Magkita. Kunatata kayang timpo. Nagdong kaya. Kayang oras. Hayap-hayapun. Matakon ng adlaw. Isipan. Badang korawan. Magdong kaya. Notateng ibang banwa. Magkita. Aing mangliling doon.
Akyanon Bukidnon cultural expressions and practices can be observed in their tugmahunon, which exhibits their analytical skills. And another practice is the sugidanon, or the oral narratives.
Itlog ko sa ibang banwa, sa sunod iupak na.
Niyog.
Bukon.
Sulod ang upak.
Sa sunod na, uwa na kana, sa liwan, may ginakaon. Pero matuod dit aron sir.
Ginakaon sa sagwa. Anong prutas ang ginakaon ng kanin?
Itlog ko sa ibang banwa, sa sunod iupak na.
Ang panis ginakaon? Doon sagwa ang ginakaon. Prutas doon eh. Sirit na ano?
Kuwan, rong, teklon et manok.
Ano?
Ay, batikulon.
Batikulon.
Et manok. Ay,
Tamat ah.
di bukon mo. Ay di sa yung laman hindi kinakain.
Kaya may higpo ba na?
Oo. Ay.
Ay, itlog bang ito ba?
Oo.
Batikulon. Amazing. Sige.
The They also express their thoughts and feelings through inagong dance and music making using their bamboo instruments. The bamboo instruments of Akyanon Bukidnon are common across Panay Bukidnon community, such as tikumbo, subing, tulali, and gitgit. These instruments are communal in terms of practice from the highlands of Lambunaw, Kalinog, and Tapas. These bamboo instruments serve as their depot of memoirs of success, pains, joys, and grief. Various sets of repertoires are revealed when they express themselves through music making with their bamboo instruments. Tulali is connected to expressions of pains or panghidluka. They play this instrument every time they feel lonely, when one remembers his or her deceased loved ones. Akyanon Bukidnon released their anguish through playing bamboo instruments. They expressed their thoughts and ideas about nature and the supernatural realm. They would create musical pieces that mimic and imitate the sound of wild birds and animals, sound of the wind, the murmur of water, as well as the sound of the supernatural creatures and imaginary beings. Panubing or playing the subing is best described how indigenous people of Akyanon Bukidnon express themselves about nature. They create a hypnotic buzzing sound that makes them understand the forces of nature. Usa-usa is an aerophone, is another unique bamboo instrument of Akyanon Bukidnon made with Piyasit Kawayan. Akyanon Bukidnon of Barangay Manika and Dalagsaan utilize the usa-usa or bamboo leaf harmonica to imitate or mimic the sound of the wild pigs in here. Using the sharpened bagakay spear, the hunters attack these wild animals. One non-musical function of this instrument is palpable by using the sound it produces in taming the wild animals so they can go near the prey. This hunting method is similar to that of the Panay Bukidnon's pakirugmon. Tikumbo is considered as both chordophone and percussion. This instrument is used to accompany the inagong dance of Akyanon Bukidnon of Barangay Panitiason and Barangay Medina, Madalag Aklan. During a lunar eclipse, early Akyanon Bukidnon people believe that a serpent-like dragon Bakunawa was trying to swallow the moon. They played the katong-katong in the bagto with an enchanting rhythm through kadol, then shouted, "Ulion ro amon buyan, hay abo pa kami iya sa kalibutan," as a form of nice barrage. The katong-katong and bagto is mainly used for communication. In the past, this instrument was used to deliver messages to the player's family members from the neighboring Minuro. The bagto and katong-katong or kalatong are also used to accompany the inagong dance. According to the Akyanon Bukidnon of Madalag, inagong is a collection of the dances that imitates the different living creatures in the dense forest of Panitiason and Medina, Madalag. These are tinagsing, imitates tagsing, a kind of bird that frequently skipping on the rocks in the river like hlikpinon, binanog or banog, hawk or bird of prey, pinaka or frog, inalibangbang or butterfly, inamo or monkey, and sinuyog or wild rooster. Other instruments are used for thanksgiving, panubad or mimicry, and they serve a vital role in the transmission of indigenous knowledge. Akyanon Bukidnon shared some cultural practices and cultural expressions along with the other subgroups. As their cultural identity markers, their instruments are common across Panay Bukidnon community. Despite commonalities, Akyanon Bukidnon possesses distinct musical instruments utilized for specific musical functions and non-musical purposes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Panel 2, Music and History. This panel showcases different traditional music from Asia, in particular the Philippines and China. I am Nathan Manimtim from the UP College of Music, and I will be your moderator. Before we begin the presentations, allow me to introduce the presenters of this panel. Our first presenter is Bienvenido Constantino Jr. Bienvenido Batallones Constantino Jr. took up BS Secondary Education from Palawan State University and Master's degree in Physical Education from Benguet State University. He finished his PhD in Development Education from University of Baguio. He later pursued another master's degree in teaching music at Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University. At present, he is taking a PhD in music at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Dr. Constantino is currently teaching in the undergraduate and graduate programs of Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University. He is also the chair of the academic institution's music program. He has presented several studies and research papers in Singapore, China, and Korea, and authored books such as Arts Beyond Borders and Choral Works for Filipino Choirs, a Narrative. Dr. Constantino is also the co-author of the book Arts Beyond Borders, Contemporary Arts from the Region. Our second presenter is Sulaiman E. Hamisulamin. Sulaiman E. Hamisulamin took his Bachelor of Music major in classical guitar at the University of the Philippines College of Music. He finished his Master of Music majoring in classical guitar performance at the Illinois State University. He is presently a student in the PhD in Music program at the UP College of Music, and at the same time teaches classical guitar performance, pedagogy, instrument literature, and method courses at the college strings and chamber music, as well as music education departments. Professor Hamisulamin is the project leader and ukulele instructor of Hemophilia Association for Love and Service or HAPLOS, panimulang klase sa ukulele para sa mga kababayang may hemophilia, an extension project funded by the University of the Philippines. Moreover, he is the co-proponent of Gitara at Awit, panimulang klase sa pagigitara para sa manggagawa ng UP. This is a free guitar course and wellness program for UP admin staff and reps. And our third and last presenter will be Queen Yu. Queen Yu is a PhD candidate in ethnomusicology at Sydney Conservatorium of Music, University of Sydney. She received her bachelor's and master's degrees from the Nanjing University of the Arts. Miss Yu is currently a teacher in the School of International Education, Shongnan University of Economics and Law in Wuhan, China. Her research interests are Chinese traditional music, Chinese minority music, applied ethnomusicology, and historical ethnomusicology. Some of her academic articles have been published, including records of overseas dissemination of Chinese folk music, such as Education of the Chinese Wu Queen Under the Changing Times, and Investigation and Thought of the Inheritance Status of Hubei Changyang Sounder Tune and Music Analysis of Minor, The Lantern of Peking Tree. The presenters are given 15 minutes each to present their papers. Right after the presentations, we will be hearing important insights from our reactor, Dr. Raul Navarro. And an open forum will then follow after this. Let's now listen to our first presenter, Bienvenido Constantino Jr.
I'm Bienvenido Constantino Jr. from the College of Music of the University of the Philippines. I will present Hudhud, a living oral tradition of the Ifugao. The reflection of people can be seen in their culture and arts. Their stories can be seen and heard through visual arts and music. Some of them are in oral traditions. In the different parts of the Philippines, the singing and chanting of various oral traditions can still be heard and actually thriving despite its riddance during the Spanish occupation. To give way to Catholicism, the Church eradicates the sounds and sights of gongs and traditional oral traditions practiced by the indigenous people throughout the country. Navarro in 2007 has immensely discussed how the Spaniards changed the religious belief of the Filipinos at the expense of the face of the Philippine music. In his book, Kolonyal na Patakaran at ang Nagbabagong Kamalayang Filipino, he asserted, bilang formal na pagsasanay sa pag-awit, binuksan ang isang paaralan ng musika para sa mga batang lalaki. Ito ang Colegio de Niños Tiples. Itinayo ito noong taong 1742 sa Manila Cathedral sa pangunguna ni Reverendo Rodriguez, ang arsobispo ng Kapuluan ng panahong iyon. Nakatuon ang kurikulum ng paaralang ito sa pagsasanay sa boses o vokalisasyon, solfeggio, piano, organ, chanting, paglikha ng musika, at pagtugtog ng instrumentong may kwerdas, kasama rin dito ang akademikong pag-aaral sa ilalim ng isang guro. Pagdating ng Kastila ay pilit na pinalitan ang daloy at praktika ng musikang katutubo at nagpakilala ng bago ayon sa praktika at kamalayang kanluranin. This proof was also agreed by Arwin Tan in 2019 in his article Patronage in Capitalism in the Musical Associations of Late 19th Century Colonial Manila. Tan mentioned that the Spanish friars opened an informal school that offers thorough studies in music. He mentioned that the only formal institution whose sole focus was music was the Colegio de Niños Tiples de la Santa Iglesia Catedral, which centered its training on the musical needs of the church. In the absence of a formal institution, these associations catered informally to the demand of musical learning through the orchestras and bands they maintain. These statements are the proofs of the musical suppression of the colonizers to assert their authority among the Filipinos. But as mentioned earlier, many of the oral traditions in the country, including music, have thrived due to the resilience of the people and the love for their own identity. Despite the Western music taught in both private and public schools, authentic Philippine music has remained progressive and has started to emerge among many studies and researches, both by the locals and foreigners, resulting in the support of the government for the preservation of this cultural diversity and wealth. Many of these were mentioned in the study of Ramon Santos, a national artist who championed research on the colonized approach in transmitting authentic Philippine traditions. He mentioned in his study entitled Mga Katinigan sa Mga Epiko sa Pilipinas. Ang ulalim, halimbawa, ay isang uri ng himig na ginagamit ng mga makata sa pagkanta ng mga berso at mga mahahalagang panayam sa mga malalaking okasyon at mga pagpupulong ng mga nakatatanda sa mga kasunduang pangkapayapaan at mga pagdiriwang. Gayon din ang ulanghingan ng mga manobo na ang salitang ulahing ay isang uri ng estilo ng wika at musika. Ang unang ulahing ay tinatayang inawit ni Bayabayan, ang anak ng bayaning si Agyo. Ang ulahing ay ang tawag sa pagsasalaysay sa prosa o tuluyan ng kepuupuon o ang sinaunang pagsibol ng tao sa mundo. Ang darangan ay epiko ng mga Maranao na higit na malawak ang gamit sa larangan ng tunog, gampanin at likhaan. Unang-una, ito ay inaawit sa iba't ibang okasyon, labas sa pagganap dito bilang pangunahing epiko ng bayan. Ang Sugidanon naman ay ang tradisyong epiko ng Panay na nagmula sa katagang sugid na ang ibig sabihin ay magsiwalat o magsalaysay o narrate. Ang tawag sa mga kumakanta ng epiko sa isla ng Panay ay Manog Sugidanon. Sa mga Sama, ang epiko ay tinatawag na kata-kata, mga mahabang kwento tungkol sa moralidad na malimit isinasagawa sa mga lamay sa sementeryo o sa mga pagpapagaling ng may sakit. These studies prove the existence and continued preservation of the mentioned oral traditions, whether sung or cited as a poem. In this study, I particularly focused on the oral tradition of Ifugao called Hudhud, originally from the province of Ifugao in the Cordillera Highlands. Hudhud performances and cultural values. Hudhud is the longest existing oral tradition of Ifugao. Hudhud, indeed, is one of the best reflections of Ifugao culture. The oldest Hudhud pieces were said to be traced in Kiangan and therefore presumed to have originated in Kiangan, Ifugao. That's according to Lambrecht in 1967. Hudhud is a long composition performed either for entertainment or for wakes and vigils, weeding, and during good harvest. Hudhud are tales produced centuries ago when Ifugaos established themselves in their present habitat. There was also a myth mentioned in the article of Dulawan in 2000 regarding how exactly Hudhud started and proof of its inception. In her article entitled Singing Hudhud in Ifugao, Dulawan mentioned that several cultural values reflected in Hudhud pieces are such as wealth and beauty, family solidarity, respect of parents and elders, and prominence given to women, bravery, and social prestige. Dulawan attested in her writings about family solidarity that social organization is built on kinship. The ancestors' norms of conduct became also the norms of the people's conduct. Betrothal, marriage, prestige feasts, and many rituals linked to the ancient Ifugao cosmogony and religion. It is the knowledge of the ancestors of the Ifugao and what they did which are the fundamentals of the custom laws, the unwritten laws of the Ifugao. Hudhud is performed by women, but in some localities, men may occasionally join in the chant, According to Lambrecht in 1957, men cannot sing hudhud and most of them do not understand them well. Nevertheless, men have mentioned to participate in this tradition. Hudhud is used in certain important occasions. According to Dulawan in 2000, the Ifugao epics or hudhud are long-sung narratives of lives, exploits, and adventures of heroes who could defy time and space. These narratives are performed into fields during harvest time or hudhud diani, and at home during the wake of an elderly person's funeral or called as hudhud dinate. Dulawan stated that singers are ordinarily female, although some male singers are known. There is a leading soloist called Munhaue and a chorus of 10 to 12 women called Munhudhud. An expert singer of tales usually volunteers to be the soloist. The choristers need not know the text of the hudhud. The leading singer simply announces the title and the choristers would know the keyword when they all join in the chanting until the end of the sentences, as these are all stereotyped phrases of the names of characters, names of villages, topography, and kinship relationships. Improvisations can also happen in the actual and informal singing of the hudhud. Improvisation in singing hudhud is not abroad or detailed as that of the secular Arab music in the gamelan and Kriyasi Belaganjur, where the beauty of music relies on improvisation. Hudhud is somehow improvised through the use of grace notes but still observes the rhythmic pattern. Otherwise, if too much improvisation will be done, the rest of the group will become offbeat. In some performances, it happens. Perhaps this is the reason why hudhud competitions are held in the province. Improvisation is even rehearsed and therefore is no longer considered as improvisation. There is also a common melody for all hudhud, if not the same, all other the place. Subsequently, the singers are usually not pitched perfect. The range therefore might differ, though most are moderately high and fits in the range of the singers. It is but amazing to ponder how these chanters have memorized the long lines through time and coordinated with choristers. To this day, however, many of the pieces have been rehearsed and have minimized improvisations during competitions. It is very significant to note that those original pieces are all from the sharp memory of the lead singers as well as the choristers. It is also very important to consider that it takes to be an ifugao to recite the hudhud. Means of transmission of hudhud. Transmission is one way of conserving and promoting the oral tradition of the Philippines. One cannot rely on the support of the government alone, but on the action taken by the community, particularly those that are practicing it. Through the collaborative effort of the government and the community, actions were taken to particularly transmit this unique oral tradition of the ifugao. INCCA is one government agency that helps preserve traditional practices all over the country by establishing informal schools called the School of Living Tradition or SLT. The schools are set up in remote areas where traditional practices are still being observed. Grants are being given to sustain the traditional practices of the specific place. They tap the help of the elderly or master of the traditional practice to lead and teach. According to the agency, a School of Living Tradition or SLT is the one where a living master or culture bearer or culture specialist teaches skills and techniques of doing a traditional art of craft. The mode of teaching is usually non-formal, oral, and with practical demonstrations. The site may be the house of the living master, a community social hall, or a center constructed for this purpose. The one who teaches are those considered masters or elderlies who carry with them the virtues of the culture. During this study, I conducted the interview in an SLT located in Kiangan, which is led by its Master of Ifugao Culture, Apo Manuel Dolawan. They offer to teach many of the Ifugao traditional practices such as weaving, making traditional musical instruments, dancing, cooking traditional foods, and the chanting of hudhud and alim. The students or clients of the school are usually the same children or adults belonging to the ethno-linguistic community. Thanks to the UNESCO's call on the preservation of the intangible cultural heritage that pushed the NCCA to fund and support the advocacy to sustain the living traditions of the indigenous people of the Philippines, which includes the listing of hudhud as one of the intangible heritage. While there are various facets of cultural heritage that can be transmitted to the next generations, this program would like to specifically focus on the transmission of indigenous skills and techniques to the young. It aims to encourage culture specialists or masters to continue with their own work, develop and expand the frontiers of that work, and train younger people to take their place in the future. According to the writings of Bruno Nettle in 1984, the Blackfoot of Montana has no class of professional musicians, no formalized music, and no written or otherwise articulated music theory. The Ifugao has the same experience on how to acquire the skill of singing the hudhud. One of the important things to understand about the Blackfoot and hudhud musical culture is the conception of creating music as closely akin to learning. A hudhud master will take years and maturity to be selected by the community to become a leader or master of a certain traditional cultural practice. From the time hudhud was written by Francis Lambrecht to this day, this ageless Ifugao epic continues to amaze me and the spectators all over the world, particularly the researchers and writers. In many ways, in CCA, UNESCO, and Ifugao, both municipal and provincial governments have hand-in-hand worked together to preserve, promote, and continue the practice alive among the Ifugaos in the form of performances during important occasions and events in the province, and the putting up of SLT where the community has the chance to decide to continue this intangible heritage of the province and the country. It is important to participate in the preservation of this epic and among other Philippine intangible oral traditions that have been considered treasures that define the identity of every Filipino indigenous group and the vast culture of the Philippines through research, observations, and presentations of studies in conferences. Thank you very much.
Good day, I am Sulaiman Amisulamin. Today I am presenting Pakas, the demise of Pangasinan's death ritual. Cultural traditions, customs, and rituals exist in every society. These practices identify the uniqueness of the culture. These are either transmitted through oral or through writings. In some parts of Pangasinan province, cultural traditions and beliefs are still being practiced. Some families still practice the tradition of throwing coins in the corners of their houses to attract good fortune. There are those who hurriedly wake up sleeping family members whenever funerals and mourners pass by. And until today, Pangasinenses still adorn the front of their houses with what looks like a black tombstones or lapidas with the engraved names of their family members and their career professions. Bakas ritual is one of the traditions in Pangasinan. The terminology means the end of mourning. According to my father-in-law, Manuel Aquino, said that it is similar to Tagalog wakas, meaning the end. And the highlight of the bakas is a sung-through prayer by a group of singers called cantores. The focus of my study is the performance of bakas. The study aims to document one of Pangasinan's rituals, in consideration of the observation that the tradition seems to be vanishing. It appears that the bakas ritual is metaphorically dying and lamentably disappearing. This premise leads to a series of questions. Are the younger generation still interested in pursuing the bakas? Or is the bakas ritual still relevant in the present? Anecdotally, one of my cantores interviewees remarked, I might sing at my own bakas when I die. This paper will feature a descriptive study about the ritual and some insights into the practice. In relation to the main objective of my article, the research will look into the following: the terminology of bakas, who are the practitioners, how it is performed, and how it is transmitted to another generation. And since research in bakas is scarce as far as the researcher has known, hopefully this paper can contribute to the documentation of one of Pangasinan's rituals. The Dominican missionaries founded Mangaldan in 1600. The town is located in the central part of Pangasinan. It is near Dagupan City, the municipality of Manawag, and the municipality of San Fabian. It is about an hour and a half trip to Baguio City. Aside from Inkalot or Tupig and Tapa, a Carabif delicacy, Mangaldan also produces tilapia, talaba or oyster, and campis or shellfish. The town has diverse sceneries, from modern architectural design houses to rice field paddies and fish ponds. Public transportations include pedicabs, tricycles, jeepneys, and buses. In connection with the geographic orientation of Mangaldan, the bakas ritual happened in one of its barangays, Barangay Talugtog. Talugtog has two landscape sides. One side features houses beside the paved road, and the other side are residential houses surrounded by fish ponds. To reach the latter, one must cross through several short and long poles of bamboo bridge held together by strings and earthen raceway trails. Other than tilapia farming, residents on the fish pond island raise other livestock such as chickens, ducks, and pigs. Cantores in Spanish means singers. At the same time, cantor means a church official who sings, chants, and leads liturgical prayer. The Pangasinense cantores is usually composed of 3 or more chanters who perform in several Roman Catholic events and other religious activities. They are hired to pray and sing in the wake of the deceased, Christmas celebration, and other soul-pleading prayer. Examples of such events are Pantawtawag, prayer for the soul in the purgatory, Gozos, a 9-day devotional song for patron saint, the commemoration of the birth of Jesus Christ called Aligando or Galiken, and the remembrance of death called Bakas. To become a cantores, they were taught to chant and pray by imitating prayers and chants from other cantores groups. They were invited to a religious event by their cantores elders and relatives. The starting age from learning to become a cantores differs. Other article and news clip said that some cantores started at the young age of 6 to 8 years old. Felicio Miel de Vera and Filipa Piling Calianta Uson, a church choir member, started to learn cantores prayers and chants at the age of 50. Currently, the age group of cantores members is in the line of 60 years old and above. According to Piling, there are specific qualifications to invite a person to join their cantores group. First, they can sing. Second, they can follow the melody of their leader or primera. Third, they need to know how to counter the melody of the primera. Invited singers should learn how to blend their voices with the group. Feeling added that there are great choir singers, yet they do not correspond to the singing style of the cantores. They should not only possess excellent singing voice, but also must know the songs, chants, and prayer by heart. And lastly, they must be at least 50 years old and above. Mel and Feeling were taught orally by their elders. The parents and siblings of Mel were Cantores members. He was taught by listening to his parents and siblings chanting the Latin prayers. It took him 10 years to know the tune and the Latin prayers. On the other hand, Nanay Feeling was taught by imitating other cantores in their town. Though they don't have a copy of a prayer booklet, they know every Latin word they chant. They memorized the sequence of prayer, and Feeling recalled that the local priest taught them the meaning of every Latin word. As a devout Catholic, they go and serve at church every day. Presently, they have only one apprentice, Miel's cousin, who is in her 50s. Unfortunately, their children and grandchildren are not interested to learn the Cantores tradition, as Miel stated that they are still in school. Though most of them serve as church choirs, their children complain that learning the Latin language is difficult and speaking it is tongue-twisting. Some groups are reviving their cultural heritage, like the Bayambang Municipal Council for Culture and the Arts, Rotary Club of Bayambang, and the Office of Senior Citizen Affairs are reintroducing Pantaw-Tawag by knocking on the door of prominent Bayambang residents and offering a chant for their departed loved ones every 31st of October.
Via ergo advocata nostra, y los dos misericordios a nos converte, et son benedictum pro comprendre knowing, no que esposo que se le llamamos gente, oh, clemen, oh, creia, oh, dulce, Virgo Maria.
A concrete house stands in the middle of the Fishpan Island. 2 pigs were slaughtered the night before the ritual. A temporary tent was set up outside for the visitors. The foods, packed in a styrofoam container and stuck on a large table, were prepared to be distributed after the ritual. Inside the house, the chairs were arranged exclusively for the relatives and the cantores on one corner. In the middle of the house, a small table and potted plant were set for the picture of Andrea Paragas, 2 candles, and food offerings. At the top of the table is an altar with portraits and statues of Jesus Christ, the Virgin Mary, and Saint Joseph. 2 black cartolina papers were placed over a white cartolina paper. Cut-out letters were displayed below the altar showing the Pangasinense praise, Pikase tayo et Diyos ya katawan kamararwa nit Andrea, which means, let us ask for mercy from the Lord for the soul of Andrea. According to Richard Benton, a University of Hawaii scholar, stated that the Bakas commemorate the anniversary of the dead. Male and Feeling believe that the celebration depends on the age of the person who died. They said that the Bakas should be celebrated 7 months after the death if the person departed at a young age, and 9 months after the death if the person passed at a ripe age. Andrea died last June 19, 2020, at the age of 87. Bakas ritual for her should have been celebrated in March 2021. However, the ritual can be performed when all her living siblings and children are physically present. Because of the lockdown caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, they rescheduled the Bakas to May 1st, 2021. The cantores began to recite the Lord's Prayer in Pangasinense at 10 in the morning. Miel, as primera, led the recitative prayer. Then he started chanting the Requiem Aeternam, responded and countered by the other cantores singers. Here is the sequence of the Bakas ritual prayer. The ritual lasted for about 40 minutes of recitative prayer and chanting. The language used by the cantores was a mix of Pangasinense and Latin languages. Latin language was utilized during the ritual because of the following three explanations. First, the Dominican missionaries settled in most parts of the Pangasinan. According to James Leroy, in his article about the friars in the Philippines, he wrote that Latin grammar was one of the courses to obtain a bachelor's degree at St. Thomas University prior to 1863. The Dominican missionaries slowly converted the locals into Christianity. Messenger Rafael S. Magno Jr. of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Lingayen Dagupan noted that, open quote, the intrepid Dominicans evangelizing one town after another. Second, aside from the amalgamation of vernacular language, the Roman Catholic Church used Latin Mass celebration because it is universal. For the cantores, the use of ancient and dead language added mysterious elements to the ritual. It creates a sense of nobility in the prayer. Feeling said that the prayers said in Latin are powerful. And lastly, the use of Latin language designates exclusivity of the cantores from other groups that use only vernacular language, such as the Pabasa group or Mananabtan. The Bakas ritual is divided into two representations. The first is the grieving. It depicts the person's soul is still wandering in purgatory. The deceased person's relatives and visitors were prohibited from wearing red-colored shirts or other garments. Female relatives wore a black veil on top of their heads, while male have the option to place it on their right shoulder. The positioning of the veil has something to do with the biblical passages in 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 4 to 16. For women, the uncovering her head might be interpreted as unrespectful and sexually suggestive, while men who cover their heads are womanly and dishonor the image of God. In continuation of the first representation, the cantores recited the sequence of the Rosary. Since the Bakas was set on a Sunday, they recited a glorious mysteries. The Requiem Aeternam is also alternated before and after a mystery. In the last and seventh Requiem Aeternam, Philippa kneeled while other cantores stood up to the picture of Andrea. The performance hinted at and anticipated the second representation of Bacchus. The black veil was changed to the red color veil, while the black cartolina paper was torn up while singing the Gloria Patri. According to Charles Henderson, the red represents Pentecost and spiritual awakening, while the tearing black cartolina signifies the end of grieving. The second representation symbolized the celebratory event. Feeling expressed it as ascension of the departed soul to heaven. The lively singing of Salve Regina and other Gloria Patri created a festive mood. Miel, on the last part of the ritual, reads other departed soul of the relative, signifying that Andrea is at peace with her other relatives. Traditions, customs, and rituals in Pangasinan are vibrant. Pangasinenses still practice some traditional beliefs even in today's generation of rationality and skepticism. Mangaldan, a first-class municipality, is rich in fabled stories and pamahiin or superstitions among its residents. However, their stories are slowly disappearing. The cantores, primarily ages 60 years old and above, are departing. Their traditions will be either remembered or forgotten for generations to come. Though they still believe in their traditions, young people are not eager to adhere to their past cultural practices. Bakas, a ritual, and dramatization of the end of the mourning of the departed soul are starting to be boarded. But hopefully, like the Bakas ritual, these Pangasinan traditions, customs, and rituals will begin to rise again in the coming future.
Hello everyone, I'm Qin Yu, and I came from China. Now I'm a PhD candidate in the University of Sydney. I have to say, it is my pleasure to give a presentation today. And then I will show my screen. Okay, today my presentation's title is Music and Diplomacy. Chinese cultural delegations performed in Soviet Union from 1949 to 1959. The first thing is, I always ask myself why I want to choose this topic. Where in the past few years, I spent a lot of time to research large-scale performances in inland China. And then I realized that where China organized large-scale performances domestically in the 1950s, it also brought the excellent work and music in the performances to the people of the world. I gradually realized that we are paying attention to domestic performances. I can also pay attention to the oversized performance of Chinese delegations during the same period. And then I think maybe these performances in inland China or in some other countries, these Chinese musicians, they play the same work, and I think they were organized by Chinese government. So I think they do have some connections. Maybe they have the same aim, they have the same influence or something others. And then it's about my own research interest. I do really want to do some research about the music and the history. I want to research something we have already forget today, but they were really important in the past period. So I choose this topic today. And here I want to say something about the music and the diplomacy. It's not just the People's Republic of China. They want to use the music to make friends with others in the past few years. Around the world, a lot of countries, even some Western countries, these politicians, they also use the music to make friends with other countries. We can see here, I list about 4 examples here. We can see here in the 1956, the Chinese government, they organized a delegation. We called it Lu Dan, music and dance trip. And then our government sent this delegation to the Soviet Union, and they performed. And then we can see at the same time, the Soviet Union, they sent their perfect trip to perform in the United Kingdom. And here we can say in the 2016, the United Kingdom, the British, they sent their perfect popular music band, the Rolling Stones, to perform in Cuba. So I think during these performances, these countries' people, they can know more about each other. And I think this was also a symbol of the friendship between these 2 countries. And then here is my content. I want to divide my presentation into 3 parts. Part 1 is about the background. Firstly is the domestic background. The 1950s are an important period in the modern history of the People's Republic of China. China established and developed a new social, political, and economic system to complete a socialist transformation and a new stage of development in the arts. As part of this development, the Chinese government had a series of large-scale concerts and musical tours and activities in major Chinese cities. And lots of Chinese artists attended some important international concerts held by other countries during that time. And our government, we they were so organized some delegations and send them to perform the oversize. And then it's about the international background. We were knowing that in the 1950s, China was blocked by the United States. And then at that time, the People's Republic of China, they really want to make friends with other countries. They want to let the world to know what is the real PRC. And then it's about the theme of the agreement on cultural cooperation between the People's Republic of China and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in 1956. And then here is the part 2, performance delegations. I want to show these 2 tables. We can see from the above 2 tables that during the 10-year period from 1949 to 1959, the Chinese government sent delegations to perform abroad and a total of 82 times, and visited the Soviet Union for as many as 19 times, and visited the Soviet Union 4 times in 1956 and 6 times in 1957. It shows the close cultural exchange between China and the Soviet Union after the 1956. So this is a really important period for these 2 countries. And then I want to introduce this delegation to you. This name is China Luda Song and Dance Trip. Some people ask me what is Luda? It is a city. Why I don't know it? I want to tell you. This is an ancient city, and now we call it Dalian. Yeah, I know a lot of people will know it. And then the destination was established in 1956 because the team is located in Dalian, in Luda, and then we call it Luda Song and Dance Trip. This delegation, this trip is just a temporary trip, and after their performing, they were dissolved. Yeah. And then here we can see their composition. They have their art director, and they have a lot of musicians, such like the singer, the dancer, and the Peking opera musicians, and so on. Here, I want to show this schedule to you. You can see. The Luda Song and Dance Trip performed in the Soviet Union for nearly 50 days. It visited and performed in many important cities in the Soviet Union. There were many performances and a large numbers of audience. The performances included the Chinese folk song and dance, Peking opera, Soviet dance, and Soviet songs, which sung in Russian. And the Luda Song and Dance Trip that performed aboard this time included the Luda Peking opera trip. So they performed a lot of Peking opera work, such like Drunken Concubine, such like For We Are My Concubine. In Chinese, we call it 贵妃醉酒 霸王别姬. They're really famous Peking opera work. And then here, I want to show these 2 pictures to you. You can see I picked them from a very important newspaper. We call it People's Daily. And now I want to pick them and to let you know these activities and this trip, they are real exists in that period. And the first picture is the People's Republic reported that the China Luda Song and Dance Trip went to Mongolia to perform. And then the second picture is People's Daily reported that the China Luda Song and Dance Trip left Ulaanbaatar for the Soviet Union, and then they start their performing in Soviet Union. Here, the part story is about my conclusion. I think the trip's performance in the Soviet Union was a very successful oversized performances in the 1950s, which spread the excellent Chinese folk music culture and set a good example for Chinese delegations to perform and communicate in different countries. This performance is the successful dissemination of Chinese folk music culture. This is an opportunity to learn the excellent music culture of the Soviet Union and also a way to promote the better development of Chinese music. And I also think it directly helped the people of China and the Soviet Union to have in-depth exchanges, and it was helpful to promoting the common development of the two countries in politics and economic in that time, in the 1950s. Yeah. And then I want to say music products is for earlier than language. And music is also can be very earlier humans used to express their thoughts and their emotions. When music is used in diplomatic activities of various countries, it can strengthen communication and exchanges between countries. Moreover, as a kind of culture and art, music itself does not contain many political connotations in musical diplomatic activities, but shows goodwill to the others or provides a bridge for communication. Yeah, I think so. And then I want to show these three words to you. The first one is respect, and then canonist, and then perfect music. I think the 21st century is a very complex and rapidly changing era. In this period, perhaps we should better communicate and exchange through music to promote better understanding and exchanges between people and countries. I hope that musicians and politicians can make good use of art to communicate with each other on the basis of respecting culture and art now and in the future. Yeah. So this is just my part research, and then I want to show my part references. So today my presentation is over. Really thanks for your listening. And if you have some question or advice, please feel free to tell me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Constantino, Professor Hamisolamin, and Ms. Yu, for sharing with us the results of your studies. To help us better understand the papers presented and provide us significant insights, may I now call on our reactor, Dr. Raul C. Navarro.
Good afternoon, everyone. The presentations are commendable. The topics covered, though not approached historically by everyone in the panel, do give us a glimpse of their potential historical studies topics. The papers meet at various intersections that sometimes run parallel via the historical handlings of people who practice and still practice the old musical traditions, and subsequently by the people and institutions behind the efforts to study and preserve the traditions highlighted in the presentations. But what does this preserving mean? A museum-type preservation, a collected, written about tradition, is a way to freeze them in time. We are all aware that traditions change over time. Music collected 50 or 60 years ago may have evolved to a likeness no one in the past would recognize if they were to hear them today, like playing early keyboard music on a modern grand piano. Song texts vary. The orality and situatedness of these traditions are the very mechanisms that guarantee their evolution. The projected death of a tradition does not lend credence to the unquestioned lack of interest or potential culture bearers, but depends heavily in what the current and past practitioners of the tradition have done to transmit the treasured quasi-Christian tradition, such is the case of the Bakas. The passive acceptance of the tradition is at its twilight is more of a sign that the people have somewhat resigned to the fact that there is no future for the Bakas. On the other hand, the Hudhud and the Minzu Chiwe have each found its way to a secured future, as these traditions have nationally funded establishments to study, record, replicate, and transmit them via modern institutions like conservatories of music and research facilities, hence assuring that these practices will also enjoy a lasting privilege as an academic pursuit. The traditionality of these practices will now be put at risk as they have been practiced outside the academe and houses of research. Questions of endemicity or belongingness of a particular ethnic linguistic group and their in situ praxis would have been a thing paradoxically belonging to the past if the current modern artificial settings of these practices are enhanced more than the traditional communal performances where the practices were lifted. Going back to the Bakas, I heard both Protestant song melody and plain chant in the video clips, but the said melodies were delivered in the guttural grain of the voice commonly heard in the Passion or Pabasa. Even the intervals sung together with some of the melodic materials are in the Pabasa style. Relevant questions like how folk or how Christian is this practice? This ritual was started with the priest teaching the locals the language of the Catholic High Mass, which is Latin. Prying historically into this tradition should at least set the appropriate date origin of the practice. Latin in the local context, or at least when we study the cultural attributes of the agimats that use the said language, it evokes power and mystery to the people who hear them, and also taking into account that very few people outside of the church clergy or the legal profession understand and still utilize the language. Latin is considered the language closest to the one spoken by God of the Catholic religion, and with Vatican II, the languages of the peoples are now used to celebrate Catholic ordinary Mass. So, how significant is the use of Latin in the Bacal ritual? Though all three presentations delve at length into the background investigations before the main topic is discussed, may I suggest that more time be given to the main topics, giving ample presentations of the analysis of the materials in question would have been more rewarding for those who are passive participants in this conference. Digging right into the topic and answering your research questions, therefore, giving less space to introductory notes, should be given more focus in these time-limited discussions. Cultural bearers have oftentimes been presented in international stages to enhance bilateral relationships between equally strong countries, and it could also be unilaterally imposed to a country with weak stature, as in the case of a war or an occupation. These cultural exchanges give a glimpse of other people's traditions and achievements in the arts. To end, I would like to sincerely congratulate the panel on music and history, and thank you for your insightful presentations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro, for sharing your expertise. We will now proceed to our open forum, and may I ask all our presenters to please open your cameras. And to all our guests, you may press the raise button or may use our Q&A box if you wish to ask questions, give suggestions and comments. Please state your name and your affiliation or institution before asking questions. Thank you very much. The floor is now open for questions. Okay, can I just ask the first question to Sir Bien? Sir Bien, you mentioned that the Hudhud is now being taught in a non-formal school, right? This is the SLT, or School of Living Tradition. And as we talk about sustainability and preservation of this very important music tradition, Do you think hudhud can be also taught in a formal school, like for instance in the UP College of Music, or maybe in Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University? What do you think? Is that possible?
Well, thank you for the question. And as I have said in the research, it takes to be an ifugao to become to recite the hudhud, because it is very important for the performers, for the participant, to understand what is they are trying to recite all about, because what they're trying to recite are actually about their culture, about them. So I do not see the possibilities of this to be performed by our students in the College of Music. Otherwise, the people might feel disrespected. The people in Ifugao we might be able to invite some people to perform for us, but us to perform hudhud, I do not see the possibilities in that case.
Thank you, Sir Bien. We have any other questions from our participants? Yes. I have one here. This is from Miss Cristal Rodis Concepcion from UP College of Music. This is for our speaker, one of the speakers, Eman Hamisolamin. Given that the Bakas death ritual practitioners are aging, in what form do you think this practice can continue?
Okay, thank you, Crystal, Ma'am Crystal, for the questions. For as of now, my study it's still in its infancy stage, but I need to gather more data about these studies in other towns of Pangasinan. Hopefully, after this pandemic or lockdown, I'll be able to join or study the other cantores group to know about these practices more, to know more about these practices. So if I can't for now I can't answer how to continue for this practice, but I can record or document this practice first. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. We have another question here from Professor Emeritus Dr. Elena Merano to Professor Hamisolamin again. This is the question. Have you been able to compare this tradition with other sang traditions found in the same site? Example, Passion, Pabasa, Rosario Cantada, etc.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Mirano. So for the question, yes, for as I said before, my studies it's still in infancy stage. But I was this study I was invited last year because the Andrea Paragas is my grandmother-in-law, so I was invited to join with them with cantores with permission. Then I was able to record the performance. So but that time I was fascinated by that music, the performance, and it was a snap of ideas when my mother-in-law said that they call it bakas. So then I was able the only the pabasa and the only performance from difference from pabasa and the babang luksa is it's more of they according to my feeling, they said the babang luksa is more of a prayer rather than a chant. So and pabasa is more also is a pabasa is also a prayer rather than a chant or a song sung through prayer. So yes, thank you. So that's it.
Thank you, Sir Eman. There's another question from our guest. This is from Yusek Rowena Cristina Guevara. For Sir Eman again, if the death ritual dies, what is the perceived loss for the Pangasinenses? Can the ritual be mediated for preservation?
Yes, I think yes for preservation. Yeah, for now, what I what I'm doing right now is hopefully for because I'm just doing my research here in Mangaldan, Sampagbayan, and in the neighboring town in Dagupan. But hopefully I can study more on some like Agoo or in I know in Agno in eastern part of the Pangasinan. So in Ordoneta. So um, well, I think so for Panga, I don't I'll take a look into this question for now. I don't know how to answer this question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another question. This is from Dr. Maria Christine Moico from the UP College of Music. This is for Miss Yu. This is the question. Since you discussed the diplomatic relations between China and Russia, and you mostly dealt with the China's music and dance troupe performances, I wonder if Russia has as well made an exchange of performances on their end, and as this is a diplomatic relationship and thus a two-way process.
Hello, thanks for your question. I have to say, yes, they did. The Soviet Union, they always choose to perform in China, even about 17 or 16 years ago. And I think at that time, China and the Soviet Union, they want to make friends with each other. They have the same points. And I have to say, I think at that time they have the same friends where they want to do the same thing. So they did it. And even you don't, I don't know whether you know, at that time, even a lot of Western countries, they did not make friends with China in normal, in office, offshore, but they do have some culture communication, such like during the 1956 Australia. I remember about 2 and 3 folk musician group. They came to China, and this group they came from Australia. But at that time, Australia they didn't make friends with China. So I think about 16 years ago, a lot of countries they do want to know more. They do want to know more from other countries with these performances. So I have to say this is a two-way process. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Yu. There's another question for you. This is from our reactor, Dr. Navarro from the UP College of Music. Did the cultural diplomacy started in 1949 still practice during China's Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 1976? And in what other way? Miss Yu?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm watching this question. Practice during Chinese. How do you say it? I think even during the revolution, China will still have some. We still choose to perform the oversize, but the time is reduced. And I know there is a really famous competition. No, maybe we can say it's art festival. We call it the World Youth Festival. Began at 1966. China never sent a group to attend this festival. So I think during the revolution, Chinese art performances and a lot of culture, they did change it a lot. And at that time, how do you say it? I think that's the time the music is not perfect enough. They were included a lot of politics. Even for a lot of Chinese people, we still can't accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Yu. We have a question for Dr. Bien. It's again from DOST Undersecretary Rowena Guevara. So this is for you, Doc Bien. Is it good to know that the hudhud is still performed in the province of Ifugao? Is there a place for hudhud in the cyber age and social media, given the Filipino diaspora and globalization? Has communication technology adversely affected the tradition, or has it been good for the tradition?
Of course, there are still a lot. The hudhud is still strongly practiced all over Ifugao. Whenever there are deaths, whenever there are burial, whenever there are weddings, there's always the hudhud. And the people who were performing this are actually the elderly. And the younger generations of today were actually the ones being encouraged to study the hudhud in the School of Living Traditions. The parents were also encouraging their young children to practice in the School of Living Tradition. And the competition during Gotad at Ifugao, it's held every 18th of June. There are competitions among the children, elementary graders, high school, and the open categories performing the hudhud. So there is really a strong sense of sustaining this oral tradition among the Ifugao. So there is no doubt that this oral tradition will last longer, other than on top of that, the fund coming from the national government are given to the School of Living Tradition to be sustained.
Thank you for answering the question, Dr. Ben. There's another question for you, Dr. Ben, from one of our colleagues here, Sir Robert Delgado. So this is the question. He said, thank you for your presentation. Considering that Filipino composers and arrangers utilize traditional music to create modern compositions in choral music, would you consider doing a choral arrangement of hudhud, even just using the melodic motif of the epic?
It cannot. They will not allow you to arrange harmonically the hudhud, the melody of hudhud. Only maybe the folk songs existing from Ifugao and other neighboring provinces of the region. Yes, you may, but hudhud, I don't see it is possible. Thank you.
Any other questions? We have another question here from our colleague, Nico Vitog. This is for, I think, for Miss Yu. So in the field of literature, the works of writer Lu Sun were published with different functions for high school students, reflective of the changes in the policies of the Chinese Communist Party. So how does music and dance play a part in the policies of the party now? And how different it is it from the music and dance performances you discussed?
Hello, sorry, where can I see this question? I didn't.
Can we just, Nico, can we just send it to Miss Yu as well, so she can read it?
Let me check. Where can I find it? Sorry.
Do you have it already? I cannot cut it and paste it.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Oh no, I still didn't read it. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't check this question. Well, can you send it to me again? Yeah.
While you're waiting, Miss Yu, I have another question for all the presenters here. So probably they can answer first while you're checking the question from Nico.
Okay.
So
Okay.
for all the panelists, this is from, again, one of our colleagues, Professor Mary Catherine Tranco. This is for all of the presenters. Do you think is the pandemic changing the practices you have discussed?
On Hudhud, no, the pandemic did not change the status of Hudhud. It's still performed live, and it cannot be live. It cannot be performed through virtual. So it's always live. It's always must be in front of the dead. Must be always in front of the celebrants during wedding. So it remains the same for Hudhud in the case of Hudhud. Thank you.
Yeah. For me, yes. Same as Dr. Bien. Well, he said that it should be live. And unfortunately, the other day I went to Nanay Feelings and Mail. I visited them, and Nanay Feeling was contacted by a COVID-19, and last last January. So her children did want her to continue the cantores tradition. So it's only the only male doing the cantores or the bakas tradition right now. So for now, Nanay Feeling is retiring and resigned for being a cantores. So because her children then don't want her to get contacted for another virus. For
Thank you. Miss Yu, you want to answer first the question of Miss Franco or the question of Nico?
Sorry, I still didn't read this question. I just received let me check. It is good to know what the. I just received the question. It is good to know what the Hudhud is still performed in the province of.
So it's here already. Mr. Nico sent this to everyone in the field of literature, the works of writer. Have you seen that question?
I guess this question is not for me. It's for Dr. Bin. Yeah.
This is for Dr. Bin, the other one.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
The first one, probably Nico can send this directly or probably email it to Miss Yu so she can answer the question. But for this question, Miss Yu, Professor Tranco is asking all the presenters, how do you think is the pandemic changing the practices you have discussed?
Let me check it. Sorry, I didn't read your question. Where it's pandemic. Sorry, is there this question was sent?
So I can just read to you the question. This is the question, Miss Yu. How do you think is the pandemic changing the practices?
Let me think.
Are they still doing this now during the pandemic, or how's this traditional Chinese music? Is the pandemic really had an impact in the practice of this music tradition?
Oh, sorry. Can you speak it again? It's not clear.
So our Ms. Tranco is asking if the pandemic is had an effect or with the practice of this musical tradition in your country.
So you means the COVID-19?
Yeah, the COVID-19. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry. I'm afraid that I'm misunderstanding your words, so I didn't realize that it's about
Okay.
the COVID-19. Yeah. I think I think during the 2020 and 20 at that year is really dangerous. And my hometown is Hubei province. So at that time I was locked on my home. I can't go outside about 2 months. Yeah, I guess about 2 months. And before that, I think China how do you say it's our governments we want to through limited people's travel or communication or something to reduce the influence of the COVID-19. I think they do have some they did some work, but it's not good for our research. Set myself as an example. About 2 years ago, I just graduated from I just finished my graduate study from Nanyang University of the Arts. At that time, I can't go outside to do my research. I just can send some WeChat message for some interviews. I even can't to do more field work. So I think it is a pit for my degree thesis. And right now, even right now, Chinese situation changed a lot, but we still can't go anywhere if we want. Since if we go to other city to do our field work, maybe we can't go back our home. Yeah, so it's not convenient for us. But I have to say, it's also since the COVID-19, now people we can accept more communication and more professional communication ways. Since in the past time, if we want to have a conference, somebody we have to come together and we have to come together and talk face to face. But right now, we prefer to use the Zoom, or some in China we prefer to use the Tencent meeting. So it's very convenient for us to do this cultural or research communication. But I still think it do influence us a lot.
Thank you, Miss Yu. This is our last question since we don't have time. This is for Professor Bien. Is there any incorporation of hudhud in the liturgy song from John Batok?
Wala po, Father. There's none. And they also have a traditional Ifugao line-up songs for the liturgy. They have their own. And hudhud is non-ritual. It is performed in certain performances like what I have mentioned as entertainment, wedding, burial, and others. So there is none. There's none.
Doc Bien, can you answer this last question? Another
Okay,
last na lang naman, let's just answer this from our colleague here, Ma'am Aji Manalo. Is it good to know that the hudhud is still performed in the province of Ifugao? Is there a place for hudhud in the cyber age and social media given the Filipino diaspora and globalization?
Yeah. Okay po. Sige po, pakituloy.
Has communication technology adversely affect the tradition? Has it been good for the tradition?
What's good for the Ifugao, especially for the young people and the parents, they were well coordinated because they know there are fund for this certain oral tradition. So they send their children to study hudhud in a school of living tradition. If not, they allow their children to participate in the competitions, particularly pag their children were still in elementary grade and high school. When they're in high school, they're actually good in reciting hudhud. And when they are in college and when they are getting older, they're the ones who are participating in this tradition. And I do not see that the technology or younger people particularly immensely involved in the development of the technology. I do not think that hudhud was included to the changing times of technology, it remains original and authentic.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, presenters, for your answers. And thank you so much for all the questions and for sharing important insights about the topics. Thank you very much, all the participants and guests. We had a very productive session this afternoon. So before we end this panel session, may I ask everyone to please open your cameras for a quick photo op.
Thank you very much. This is for page 1. Smile. And next page, just keep smiling. And there you go. One more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for attending
Thank
this
you.
panel session.
Thank you.
Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ sin ugi Satol ausin utau sin uman tanga dan tati murus nuna daun na sin uman tapabonal tarakot nuona buangail aoi nagyanaon yanaon mantayan tau nagalang manta saunay aman manta toron day naman man Sadia odanya banua dai sapa ona bangun naoi abaka ona tolon naoi aku ke naoi lagi manta mara lagi sapa ona awan manta mara ona sadia ona ona pamilo sapa oi nagyana oni kulaya audara anta mampu manada ampara niku masih dia ona Camilo sapa
Welcome to Panel 3, Creative Forum 1 of SALIKSIK MUSIKA 2022. I am AJ Villanueva, this session's moderator, and I am glad that everyone is here to join us. In this panel, we have 3 presenters, each with their own creative work. We have composers Feliz Macahis, Mary Catherine Tranco, and Joshua Ansale. I will be introducing all the presenters to be followed by their presentations in the order which I have called them. And to follow the presentations will be insights by our reactor for this session, Dr. Jonas Baez. And after that, we will proceed with our Q&A. Feliz Ann Reyes Macahis' music is described as woven with a steady hand from fine glass thread, speaks passionately through an intricate world of vocal, instrumental, and electronic resources. She studied composition with Jonas Baez, Kamran Ince, Oliver Schneller, Joachim Heinz, and Beat Führer. She is a doctoral candidate at the University of Music and Performing Arts Graz in Austria. And she will be presenting about her piece, which we heard just before this session. The title of her presentation is Approaches in Navigating Fabian Dalasay's Uwaeging and in Composing Diwata. Our next presenter is Mary Catherine Tranco. Professor Tranco is a faculty member of the UP College of Music Department of Composition and Theory. She is a composer, conductor, and educator. The title of her presentation is The World from the Inside, a creative response to the pandemic. And finally, we have Mr. Christian Joshua Ansale. He has a Bachelor of Music and Composition from the University of the Philippines College of Music in 2020 under the tutelage of famed composer and conductor Chino Toledo, and is currently pursuing a master's from the same university here in UP under contemporary music composer Dr. Maria Christine Muyco. He will be presenting about his piece, 12-Minute Time Mandala. Without further ado, let us welcome our presenters, to be started by Feliz Macahis, Mary Catherine Tranco, and ended by Christian Joshua Ansale. We welcome your questions that our presenters and reactor will discuss after all the presentations and the reaction. Please type them in our chat box or Q&A box. Again, let us welcome our presenters.
Good day to all. My name is Feliz Macahis. I am a composer based in Austria and currently a doctoral candidate at the Kunstuniversität Graz. It is my honor to be here and talk about my research. In this brief presentation, I will focus on the approaches in navigating Fabian Dalasay's version of Uyaging, an Agusan Manobo epic sung in July-August of 2000 in Agusan del Sur. This was recorded, transcribed, and translated by Margarita R. Sembrano. About 85% of the 4-hour-long recording were transcribed, and only 69% of this Manobo transcription were translated to English. There is no clear distinction whether a song or singing style is attributed to a specific role, character, or setting of the narrative. In the table, you'll notice that section names are repeated once or twice, like Iku in yellow. You'll also notice different sections which share the same color, like Timbangan, Pagluyahan, and Karaan in red. This indicates similarities in the melodic contour and syllabic uttering of the text. Fabian's song animated the journey of the great Agu, how he fought, led the people, conquered several disasters, and how he moved places to find his wives. If you look at the Manobo transcription and the markings I made to indicate the breath, you'll notice how he phrased the lines and where he took breaths. He fragmented and expanded the words, he repeated syllables, he transitioned and kept the flow of different segments. These aspects served as an impulse in the project I was working on last year. I was co-commissioned by the Institute for Research and Coordination in Acoustic Music, IRCAM, and by the Ruemong Foundation to compose a piece for 14 young instrumentalists and electronics. Ulysses Ensemble was formed last year to perform at the Manifest Festival in Paris and at the Royaumont Abbey in the outskirts of Paris. This commission included a residency in a form of short work visits at IRCAM from December till June. Before I arrived, we already had video sessions to look into the possibility of working on the whole recording of Uyaging. I wanted to have an automated analysis of the phonetics and to look into the behavior of the sound patterns. Joan Swidzinski from IRCAM proposed several programs to use, including IRCAM Align, Prat, Audiosculp, and Bach Project. The sound files were modified through Isotope Audio Editor to remove the background noise and to improve the vocal sound. I decided to focus on Sagansan as the quality of the recording is fairly good compared to other sections, and the Manobo transcription and the English translation are available. The studio work in December was dedicated to exploration of systems on how to navigate the material. Sagansan Yagung has a total of 437 lines. I made a data of time codes marking the beginning and ending of the phrases based on the text transcription. I also included my initial attempts in phonetic transcription. Using a software for speech analysis called Prat, I analyzed individual syllables and looked into the formants, mean pitches, and pulses. Figure 3 on the left shows an excerpt of phonetic transcription I did. We printed the spectral analysis on A3 and I manually labeled the IPA, or the International Phonetic Alphabet. On the right, you'll find a more enhanced table of each syllable in IPA transcription with the time code and format listing. Here is the initial score of Dewata. Since I have to prepare first the pre-recorded and live electronic part, it was necessary to design the temporal framework as precise as I could and map out the relationship of sounds from the voice, text, and instruments. Let me focus on the development of Cycle 1. From this score, you'll notice a lot of small triangular shapes scattered around more compacted horizontal lines. I associated those figures to vocal inflections. There are also commentaries to remind myself that I was not just thinking of a single sound, but more of combined clustered sounds. The structure of Cycle 1 follows the Sagansan excerpt from Cycle 3 as a basis. Every red line you see is an indication of a new subsection. Every subsection is a collective sound gesture from the ensemble. The duration of every subsection follows the phrasing and breathing of the singer from the Sagansan excerpt. Now here is the more elaborate score for Cycle 1. The top part indicates the time. Right below that is all about ensemble sound or gesture. This line in the middle is my guide for the subsections, and below that is an elaborate gestural design for the electronic part. The electronic part reinforces the movement or transition of the collective ensemble sound from one section to another. So how is this translated into the actual performance score? If we look at the opening part, bars 1 to 3 represent the first subsection, and bars 4 to 7 represent the second subsection. The sound gestures you heard from Cycle 1 combine vocal sounds, text, and instrumental sounds into one unit. Texts are fragmented, they are abstract. In contrast, I would like to show another excerpt where the instrumentalists are speaking longer lines of text. This is from Cycle 5, Rehearsal P, where the voices are still mixed with electronic sounds. Rehearsal S is the only part of the piece where the musicians are speaking together following the actual rhythmic transcription of the text. The excerpts from the first and the fifth cycle presented two contrasting roles of the voice. Cycle 1 manifested voice as an element in a combined sound, where instrumental component and sound synthesis or modification through electronics are also perceptible. The properties of the fragmented text are taken into consideration so that in the beginning of the piece, more voiceless consonants were used to match the dry sounds of the instrument, of the wood or metal, and the effect like granular synthesis in the electronics. The vocal sound is more abstract so that it serves as a sound and not as a message. In the moment where I needed voice to communicate a message or a text, I asked the whole ensemble to speak. I've been reflecting on the role of the voice throughout the process of composing Diwata. When and how do I emphasize the materiality of the voice? How do I develop and transform its properties into a larger scale? How do I work on the structure of the piece so that I could idiomatically disclose the immateriality of the voice so that I could present the context? Going back to the methods in my artistic research, systematic exploration, reflection, analysis, transcription, they influence each other and they don't necessarily follow an order. The study pieces in my Diwata project in the last 2 years were very useful in solidifying my approach in vocal use for various contexts and in transforming the idea of the role of the narrative and of the environment. The central part of the piece is the Sagansan excerpt on cycle 3. From the very beginning, I wanted to present the song alone. To arrive here, I had to plan well how to prepare the ears of the listeners who were there for the festival, which is in fact one of the biggest contemporary music festival in France. I didn't want it to be heard as something exotic. I didn't want categorization such as this is contemporary music or this is traditional music. Unfortunately, we don't have so much time to discuss the other cycles, which basically serve as transitions. But I am looking forward for some questions. Thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon. 10 is believed to be a spiritual number in different cultures. Following the Pythagorean belief that all things have innate numerical relationships, I chose this number to represent ideas of both singularity and plurality. It references one of the bases of Christian belief, the 10 Commandments, the Jews' 10 days of repentance, and Pythagoreanism's mystical symbol called tetractys or tetrads, associated with motions of the planets and later applied to music and aesthetics. In the Bible, it represents completion and perfection. For mystics, it symbolizes the end of a cycle. It is the first number to have separate parts, 1 and 0, that when added together still equals 1. I chose the title 10 as an expression of an ending, an old notion, an old normal, and at the same time, the start of a new one. It also stands for the fear of the unknown, restlessness, agitation, and for some, anticipation. Originally created for Composite by the Numbers, initiated and curated by Dr. Dayang Iraula, that exhibits sonified number data that are born of our current crisis, the pandemic. According to Iraula, the project is aiming at rehumanizing the value of the numbers through creation. Composers provide guides to inspire and teach others to recreate the works, furthering the purpose of the exhibit, and to remind us that despite the distance, we are still very much connected. Sonification, first introduced in 1994 by Geoffrey Kramer, is a process that represents data through sounds. It aims to overcome the difficulty of visual overloading through auditory senses, which is believed to be a more effective mode of perceiving and analyzing events that happen simultaneously. 10 is a compilation of 10 one-minute tracks recorded in 10 days within the pandemic. A recorder was set in the front yard of our home in Laguna at specifically 10 in the morning. The decision to record at this time of the day is based on the observation that it is when the neighborhood shows a semblance of normalcy after initial lockdown restrictions have been lowered. Instead of following the procedure of sonification where actual numbers are used as basis for sound, I used sound as basis for my data. Ever since the nationwide lockdown was announced on March 15, 2020, normal daily activities have been put to hold. Most businesses were closed down. Only groceries and pharmacies remained operational. Nobody, except for those in the healthcare sector, was allowed to go out of their homes. Even travels were disallowed, regardless of destination and distance. Our subdivision was divided into sections, each with a specific schedule in buying food supply and other necessities. Our unit was allowed to go out only on Thursdays between 6 a.m. to 12 noon. The only time I get to go out of the gate was to water the plants and feed the stray cats that wander outside our home. The protocols were suffocating. Every day, we were tuned into the news hoping to hear more promising reports. But as the lockdown continued, the restrictions got more stifling. The lockdown stayed on for a few months, then windows of lowered restrictions were implemented. During these intervals, commerce started to normalize little by little. Even small-scale businesses have slowly started to reopen. The piece captures the slow process of regaining a more favorable economic movement for merchants in our locality. It features local vendors and other factors that define that particular moment of each day covered by the recording period. It is a view of the outside world, an observation of an outsider trapped inside the parameters of her home. I only used one device to record my sound samples. Every day for 10 straight days, I set up my mini disc and microphone in our terrace. The terrace is just a few feet from the street where all sound events took place. Since only one device was used, sounds were recorded as a whole, as they happened in real time. Most of these soundscapes were also used in the same way as sound drones or canvas, where other particulars happen. After the recording period, sound samples are transferred to a digital audio workstation where linear and nonlinear elements are arranged. The recorded materials were used in two ways, linearly and nonlinearly. By linear, I mean the manner of arranging the recordings from each of the 10 days in succession to one another in accordance to the order they had been recorded, creating some kind of an ambient drone. These materials are real-time data that serve as timestamps or time references that we remember not because of when they happened, but because of what happened. Nonlinear refers to elements that had been taken out of their tracks or their context to be used as expressions of time concepts that do not necessarily align with the time frame of the linear materials. These data represent the clock time. The text that directly translates to the English word one stands for real and imagined isolation imposed by social distancing that led to real or imagined disassociation from our normality. The word isa expresses this feeling of desolation, detached from the world that we know, separated from the people we are normally with, and or limited within the boundaries of one's location. Many were sent home, but a lot got stuck at their workplaces. Those who were kept in their workplaces with their workmates were not spared from feeling isolated. And those who are at home, a place where we are supposed to be most comfortable, felt derailed, disjointed even, from their concept of life. Electronic manipulations reflect the widespread feeling of isolation experienced by everyone without regard to age, race, ethnicity, social status, geographical location, etc. He came to us a few weeks after the lockdown was announced. He was a stray kitten wandering around, probably looking for food. His coat is black with a patch of white around the belly. He was thin, dirty, and had bald patches all over his body, a sign of allergy to something. I fed him once just to make him stop his endless meowing. But with that single meal, I guess he decided to stay and live a few inches by our gate. Left with no other choice but to keep him, we contacted a trusted carpenter to build him a kennel. I named him Anli because he constantly and tirelessly calls for either food, even after he has been fed, or attention. Since he can now be considered a mainstay in our street, a resident, and an unofficial part of the household, his presence is certainly represented in the recordings. His addition to the community has made him a witness to the changing situation around him. He even greets the vendors with his cries sometimes, this time not for food, but more for attention. He will be heard as part of the ambient drone. This is an onomatopoeic term for ambulant vendors of different types of bread. Usually seen during mornings, the pot-pot goes around the neighborhood on bike, equipped with a tooting horn that goes pot-pot. This sound element was used to represent the time we lost during the pandemic, or the days and weeks that we seem to have lost track of while on lockdown. Suddenly, awareness of day and time has been diminished to almost none. Ironically, having so much free time in our hands made us busy wondering how to spend time wisely. The pandemic distracted us from the ongoing time. This nonlinear element embodies the constancy of time, whether we are aware of it or not. It continues even without us noticing it. Also, a nonlinear element reflecting short-term time intervals like pot-pot. Balut is an ambulant vendor that may be going around on a bike or by foot calling out his product. Balut! Balut may be Philippines' most popular exotic delicacy. It was only during the first time the hard lockdown was lifted that I came to know Mang Ambo. He walks around selling broom reeds. What caught my attention was his wit in selling his product. Si Mang Ambo nagtitinda ng walis tambo, he would call out to his prospective customers rhythmically. I used Mang Ambo's call as representation of the longer time concept, which symbolized uncertainty. No one, not even experts, knows when or if things will ever go back to normal. What everybody thought would be just a few months of pause has now extended into more than 2 years. However, Mang Ambo's humor and drive is also a reflection of the people's determined instinct to survive. Amidst economic struggles and the precarious future the pandemic brings, we always look for ways to enjoy ourselves and alleviate as much stress as we can to get through. Humanity's spirit refuses to give up life and sanity by trying to enjoy our work that will feed us, serve as source of enjoyment, and keep us balanced and functional. This is another nonlinear element that is, in fact, unrelated to the other sounds in the piece. I added these additional tracks to represent the human, the individual that is inside the experience. Also, it stands for life and the struggle to live, especially by those whose finances are heavily affected by the fast-dropping economy in the country and the whole world. It is the same struggle experienced by those who have contracted the disease, regardless of whether they survived it or not. The breath stands for all the lives taken by the virus, the lives fighting to survive, and the lives saved. The COVID-19 virus pandemic is immensely changing our world to this day. It has caused serious economic problems across the globe by demanding border closures and imposing strict trade and confinement measures for both products and producers. Austere implementations of restrictions in the operation of small and large-scale businesses alike have resulted to high unemployment rates, poverty, malnutrition, emotional and mental imbalances due to stress and other physical, social, and economic problems. Sound is a good representation of the different rhythms of a place, reflecting the dynamics of a society and enabling the listener to experience data as a lived experience. It confronts our sensibilities and our humanity and warrants a reaction or an emotion even to what is being heard. Sonification, as a theoretical standpoint, provided a tool by which to react and comment on the different realities around me by overcoming the distance between me and the outside world through sound. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the people behind SALIKSIK MUSIKA for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about my piece. It is an honor. And I would like to thank the audience for taking time to be with us today. Fortunately, I will not take you long. The discussion will only take around 5 minutes. With that said, the idea behind 12-minute time mandala is to explore ways in achieving non-linearity in music. That is, music outside the convention of an explicit cause and effect relationship, which is very much present in music since time immemorial. One would argue that what I'm doing is a fruitless exercise. Our experience of listening to music as well as any other activity is very much constrained by the laws of physics and the constant and immutable flow of space-time. We cannot perceive the unfolding of musical events other than which flows in one direction, forward. But what I'm trying to do is not to break the laws of physics or even to subvert the listening experience per se, because 1, it's not possible, and 2, there are easier ways to get what we want. What I'm more interested in is to develop a type of musical map that in context is non-linear but is presented in a medium that is very much linear. Of course, a disclaimer, I'm not the first composer or musician to think about this, but for the record, we've been undercutting the regularity of cause and effect in music for centuries. So, in the course of writing this piece, I found that Balinese gamelan is a close analog to what I wanted to do. For instance, it's better than Java. No, it's generally agreed not to have a fixed temporal frame and follows a more cyclical approach to developing musical material. And that pretty much aligns with assumptions by some ethnomusicologists and music theories that Balinese music in time is primarily repetitive, cyclical, and isoperiodic. There's no real imposition of a musical or cultural, I should say, cultural attitude or style from going from point A to point B. There's no fixed 1, 2, 3, 4 or on my cue like it has in Western music. However, I'm pretty much opposed to a comment by Jonathan Kramer in his book on the subject, stating that Balinese music has no climax in spite of this perceived lack of progression. In fact, I find Jose Maceda's comment on the lack of form in Southeast Asian music as a good rebuttal to this statement. He says that stasis, that is the lack of progression, regression, rising action, falling action, and climaxes, become a musical form in itself. Of course, I'm very much acquainted with the limits of these. Any type of non-linearity exhibited in a musical composition, though, or true narrative or technical context, would always be reduced to a listening experience that is very much a straightforward activity from start to finish to the uninitiated. I also find the performative aspect of Balinese gamelan as enlightening. In performance, the performers seemingly all subconsciously agree to partake in some degree of, shall we say, performance discrepancies in terms of dynamics and tempo. Michael Tenzer describes succinctly to where I'm getting at. He says that in Balinese gamelan, compositionally speaking, dynamics and tempo add to the structure in a way different from other elements. In that greater performer input is the norm where they are concerned. In rehearsals, changes are more freely made to the composition, with or without the assent from the people, i.e. the composer, providing the pitches and rhythms of the actual music. The dispersion of creative authority suggests that the control of dynamics and tempo must equally be seen as aspects of ensemble virtuosity. And that's where it hit me. Creative authority. Could it be that all guise of linearity in music is held on by this notion that the composer is the authoritative figure in this dynamic of music making? That whatever sequence the composer writes will be and must be the end all for all time. That's where my piece is getting at. In the piece, I've labeled 3 movements as such: 1A, 3A, 1B, 2, and 3B. I labeled them as such because the first half of the third movement intersects the middle of the first. So it's 5 different movements, but 5 real movements, but 3 in context. And in the performance notes, I've stated that performers may begin at the start of any of these labels. In the event that the performance have reached, for example, 3B, they must return to 1A until the entire thing has been played. All in all, you have 5 different starting points. Of course, some difficulties arise on how the manuscript would be distributed. The parts in the full score have to be tailored to every performance. That doesn't follow what I've explicitly written down. So there has to be bespoke copies for every performance. However, it doesn't really end there. The out-of-sequence labeling of the movement should signify to the performers that movements do not necessarily have to follow a certain series. Like, it doesn't have to necessarily go from 1 to 5. So what we're left with is a piece that has 120 different permutations. But of course, I'm not claiming that I've written 120 pieces out of this single one. That will be cheating. In this instance, however, in this conference, I will be presenting the piece as it was explicitly written. It will be permutation 1 out of 120. So I hope you'll enjoy the performance. With that said, that will be the end of my brief discussion on 12-minute time mandala. Thank you very much for listening and have a good day.
Thank you to our presenters for this session. Please, again, type in your questions, or you can opt to wait for our Q&A portion in a while. We move on with Professor Dr. Jonas Baez for our reaction for this session. Dr. Baez is a composer and ethnomusicologist and professor of composition and theory in the UP College of Music, where he is also the Associate Dean for Student Affairs. His works have been performed throughout Asia, Europe, and the Americas. For our session's reaction, I call on Dr. Jonas Baez.
Thank you very much, AJ Villanueva. Thank you very much to all the presenters. I enjoyed most of the papers, most of the 3 papers. Let me just backtrack a bit before I go into my reaction to the each of the presentations. Perhaps among the greatest, if not the greatest challenge to the UP College of Music's PhD program, and maybe even the master's program, it's its very nature, or what it is supposed to be, its nature. For what it is on the level of ontology is that it is a PhD program in music. And just a bit of a sidebar, it is not a PhD in musicology, neither in ethnomusicology, as its products seem to be bent on in recent years. This is because this becomes rather a challenge because I believe that the program itself is confronted by the fact that music, its creation and performance, it's its own essence, its own being, which is to say that the program itself will have to divert from its usual academic pursuits of discourse or the domination of discourse, and rather unsettlingly deal with the performative or the creative, in this case, gravitating to the very elusive aspect of what we might call the beautiful. I'm using that word now. It is not merely aesthetic in the discursive sense, because there are 100,000 of literature on aesthetics, but the creation itself of works within aesthetic values. Now, this is difficult, but in my opinion, is of primary significance to this very aspect of this program. For here, academic inquiry in this very sense should gravitate towards creation and transcend conceptual talk or discourse. And I think the first victim of this kind of endeavor is our very own moderator here this afternoon, AJ Villanueva, who I'm very happy is working with a very important Filipino musicologist, ethnomusicologist, Dr. Vern de la Peña. Now, Feliz Ann Macahis presents to us some kind of a benchmark for such an academic pursuit to creation. In fact, to a very high level. I can comment that the creativity extends even in the poetics of her materials, which she has shown you. Which actually, if you look at it, the materials remind me of Baudelaire. I can't discuss that now. But more so in her music, which actually transcends any kind of discourse. Because of such, I will particularly respond to Feliz with music as well. Just a few seconds of it. Feliz, if you're there, are you there, Anak? You know what I mean when you hear this. I will not tell you anymore. Can we play that? Mamaji? A few seconds. Audio? Audio, please.
Ah!
Okay, thank you very much. That's enough. Okay, thank you, thank you. Felice knows what I mean already. So after that, I wish to say that within this program, one should begin from aesthetics itself, that the notion of creation of beauty, whatever broad definition is of beauty. It goes beyond what is conceptual because, as Jose Maceda said, music precedes theory. Music comes before concept. To invoke that is also to invoke the notion that the creation of music is the creation of meaning, not a one-to-one meaning between sound and whatever you want to represent, but a deeper dialectical process of creation that sonic events or impulses create a certain world for us. And that meaning is derived from that. The very process of creation is part of the meaning. I'm so happy to see how Felice showed her process, and also how Katz Cabral, Kat Tranco showed also the process in her creation. That in itself is creation already. Because here we can use such creation of meanings within this academic space in the pursuit of the culturally ideal. So in that, I'd like to go into saying that just as the German philosopher Dietrich von Hildebrand has said that beauty precedes anything, I'd like to suggest that in this pursuit, we start to create from what is beautiful, wherever we are, whatever beautiful is. Just a little note on Kat's very significant work, I think. I hope to hear this. Was this performed already? But you're actually not sonifying. You're actually aestheticizing the daily routines you hear. And from that, you can start your creative work. I wish you can go deeper into that and see even deeper the social aspects. With regards to the pandemic and the lockdown and being isolated, every morning I see these garbage collectors who actually says they might catch the disease if they don't isolate themselves. But if they isolate themselves, they will die of hunger. So these are the kinds of dynamics which I wish you would like to see. I'm writing a new work on that aspect of this pandemic. To the last speaker, Joshua, just as you mentioned Bali in a native tradition, I will speak to you in the native language. SALIKSIK Pamor. Okay, and let's see how this dynamic of creation and concept intermingles even more in your work. I think they're going to play your piece this afternoon, later, and or tomorrow, whatever. And let's see. Okay, because again, if I go back my last sentence again, if I go back to Dietrich von Hildebrand, he say, if your artwork is crap, then everything you say about it doesn't really matter. So again, it's an invitation for us to be more in pursuit of this notion of beauty, whatever you call it, aesthetics. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all speakers.
Thank you, Dr. Baez. I ask the presenters to join us here for our Q&A. Just a note, 10 by Mary Catherine Tranco will be shown at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow, and 12-minute mandala by
Why not at
Josh,
10? Why not at 10 a.m.?
and the other piece, 12-Minute Mandala by Joshua Ansale will be shown at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow, February 23. So we open the floor for questions. You can, for the others who are in our same side in Zoom, my moderators and panelists, you can raise your hand. For those in the audience side, you can type in your questions in the Q&A box or the chat box. We actually have a question already by Dr. Ramon Santos to Feliz. It's in the chat box. So in your work, what do you really want to express here? Is it your impression of the song or epic? Or is it the song itself in another language? Or is it your own style of expressing this song? What right do you have in using this song in your composition?
Thank you very much for that question. I would maybe mention two major things about this piece. So first of all, it is my stand as a composer, a Filipino composer living outside my country. Being here and like being presented to concerts and to the concert venues, I have the impression that there's always this tendency to be exoticized, just coming from Philippines, or especially that my works have or need the use of voice, and they would always associate it with rituals and so on. And so I have to be clear of how I would present if there is something, if there's a moment that I would really use, or my piece will be inspired by traditional music, how am I going to present it in a way that it is far from the cliches that I know? And I think for me it's already a cliche to present so traditional music, traditional songs, traditional music. It's very common now to be presented in contemporary music, and they do it like they use other instrumentations, or they use the material as an inspiration. And sometimes when they present the traditional music, they feel the need to, okay, we need to add some instruments because to present it in a more familiar way. And I think to present the raw material, the actual recording, it's too strong to be heard in a contemporary music concert. And so I had to create the piece out of this recording. So not just the song, not just the voice, but as well as the environment in the recording, the noise, the nature of the sound quality. I have to incorporate all this into my piece. So yes, so first of all, it's my stand as a composer. And the other one is my way of transforming what I learned from the singer. So when I started my research, my focus more was in the song, so traditional song, epic song. But as I'm learning more, my perspective shifted to the interest in the singer, because actually epic songs are very personal. It's the style of one singer cannot be recreated by another. They have to learn it on their own, or they have to find their own technique, their own style. And so, yes, it's my way of, what I learned from this singer and how I transform it in my own style as a composer. So it's like, my own voice.
I think Dr. Santos
Can I just one more aspect? I saw the a part of the question about asking what right has the composer to use the material. It's actually it's a very difficult question to address, because what right has anybody to use anything actually here in this context? But if we look at this kind of work as sort of a mediating mechanism or mediating system by which a tradition might be known outside within the context. And the other thing is about the creation of a work. How a work becomes a work is a dialectical process in itself. It is bounded by modes of production, how the work, like this particular work, is performed in Europe. It's bound by that kind of mode of production, the site of production itself. So it's a very difficult question to ask, because if we ask what right has anybody to use anything, we might be asking the same question to ourselves. What right have we all to anything? And even in our studies of indigenous peoples in the South, for example, in the 90s, we see the same people in the community appropriating their own selves, making performing groups that are for Namsha or for cultural performances outside the village, and that is itself an appropriation. So that is a very difficult aspect to deal with. This right, what right have we? Of course, the only thing which has to have rights are the ancestral land of the indigenous peoples. That's what we should all talk about.
I think Dr. Santos would like to speak. His hand is raised.
Jonas, you know, the indigenous people have rights, right?
Yes. That is the point. That is the point. And
okay.
if we ask what right have we to use any material, we can ask the same with this is three generations talking out. So we have Feliz Ann, we have Lolo Ramon, we have me. The indigenous peoples also might ask Jose Macede, what right have you to use the ading? But that is not the point. The point is the end product. The point is it is not commercial purpose. It is not for selling their gongs.
No, that's already out of the question.
The question of right is a very difficult question, because nobody really has rights, but we can honestly appropriate something for a different use. It's like the people, the Bagobo people, for example, using their poetic systems for rap. They appropriate their own poetic system for rap. That kind of
they have the right. They have the right.
Right. And Feliz
they have the right to do that.
Feliz Ann, in a way, also has a right by virtue of coming from this nation state. She wants to talk about a certain group of people in this nation state in a site of production that is outside this nation state. That, I think, is tantamount to saying that it is actually the end product that matters. And the end product also
yes, the end product matters, right? Okay.
Yeah. The end product will go through many different transformations. If you look at the Ninth Symphony of Beethoven, it was used for an evil movie. It was used by Hitler, but it's also used now as the national anthem of the European Union. Actually can go all through that, because this is creating a work that in itself becomes an object. And even this work itself can be appropriated by somebody else. I mean, this is how things become objects, and we should be, while we are wary of certain aspects of that, we have to also be looking forward towards what we can do positively. That's all. Because that's why I'm saying it's very difficult to ask the question of what right have you to do that? What right have you to do that? So in the same way, what right has Cats to do with recording Mang Ambo? Or what right has Joshua to talk about the Balinese? It's actually, it might be stifling as a question. I'm just saying that it is a difficult question to ask with regards to creative processes. And we are dealing here, for the moment, sir, with creative processes.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, can I talk now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, po.
Okay, she she used the song itself, right? Did you ask permission, for example, if you could use the song from the owners?
No. So, hello?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So the songs were recorded in 2000, and these songs are archived in the Philippine Epics and Ballads Archive. And these materials, all these songs were...
Okay, yeah. Anyway, sure. Anyway, that's what I'm asking, you know, because that's the song that they have, okay? It's not changing it. You could have changed the song, you know. That's okay. And call it wagging, you know. But you use the song itself. So that's what I'm asking. I never use that. For example, in the libad, I use the principle. It's not the materials. And with the badiu, that was my own creation because I listened to that. You know, I never, you know, when it's the same. For example, you know, Monica, for example, mentioned the thing about JD, no? JD using the mummies in the documentary, no? So Monica mentioned that. Sabi niya, baka maano sila, baka sumama ang loob nila dyan because that's a very sacred object. Things like this, you know. But you cannot, you have to make certain separations in terms of concepts, you know. Yes, of course, you can appropriate. Anybody can appropriate. But you could have asked somebody to sing that wagging, you know, and of course that's appropriation, but that's okay to me anyway. But to use that voice is something else. You have to ask permission from them. I don't know. Anyway, that's just my question. You know, it's an innocent question. You know, you don't have to worry about that. Anyway, don't worry about me. I'm about to die anyway, so never mind.
No, sir.
Huwag muna. Marami pa kayong question.
No. Ayoko na.
So I really appreciate your feedback, and it's very important.
Anyway, it's just a matter of being very careful when you use these materials that directly come from them. No,
Yes.
that's just my point.
Yes, and I wanted to mention that this very question, what right do you have in using this song in your composition, or what right do you have in like going deeper in epic songs, existing epic songs? This was my question before I started my research, because I am not from so I'm from Mindanao, but I'm not from the same community. So and it's not possible to have contact, to find a singer who recorded. I mean, that time he recorded it, he was 35 years old. But this is the question also of Professor Nicole Revel, like how is it possible that we find the singer so that we can have like maybe we can record again the song and then see how it changed over time. What is the difference?
Well,
And
anyway, that's
with
okay. That's okay. You don't have to explain that.
yes,
Anyway, what I'm going to say, I guess it might again hurt you, but I'd rather listen to that song by itself. you know. Uh, anyway, that's my own. That's my own preference. No. I'd rather listen to the song in its pure manner, in its pure appearance, no. But anyway, I'm just saying that we have to be very careful about this thing about appropriation, no, appropriating things into our composition, especially into our own work. We call that our work, So they are part of that work, and therefore I think it's just proper to ask for their permission,
yes,
Anyway,
sir. So this very term appropriation, it's actually what I'm how to say, approaching, or what I'm. It's an issue for me, because I am reacting when I go to a concert and I hear the works of other composers and they are appropriating traditional music.
yeah.
And so I have to find, and I agree with you that I want to hear the traditional music in its purest form, which is why I presented it that way.
Yes,
And
I know that.
it's not my work. It's like bringing it to the space so that people would hear it in its purest form.
Yeah.
And
Okay, I know what you intend to make it. To really have the spirit of the music really reverberate in the. But anyway, don't worry about that. That's just my my
I think
question.
it's only because Feliz Anjo did not have the opportunity to do field work in communities. That's why certain questions like those come out. But it's just about being honest and what the end product will be actually. That's what would matter at this point.
By the
Okay.
way, I like your work. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that I don't like your work. I like your work. It's very imaginative with all those materials that you have. With electronics, with but that thing just bothered me about the whole, because it made the work really good, you know. But at least you have to you have to tell them, oh, your singing was very good, and it was. Anyway, I told you don't worry about this, It's just my opinion, but I'm also. I'm also guilty of appropriation. All of us are guilty of appropriation, but in different degrees. Okay, because we have to create from something, right? Everything has to be created from something. You cannot create something because you will be God already from nothing. You have to create from something. So that's it. It's nothing to worry about.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Santos and Feliz and Dr. Baez. We move on to another question because there's another question. I think this is from Dr. Guevara. To Cats, what a joy to listen to all the numbers to make 10, and so looking forward to tomorrow's performance. The feelings brought about by the pandemic span a spectrum between sadness and panic. What do you expect the audience to feel when they see and hear your composition?
Good afternoon, everyone, and what an emotionally charged afternoon that we have. So first, before I answer the question, Dr. Guevara's question, I'd like to say thank you to Sir Jonas for your insight about my presentation this afternoon. Salamat po, sir. I'll take that into consideration if ever I decide to expand my research. Maraming salamat po. Dr. Guevara, it's very good to know that as Marie Kondo would put it, the presentation sparked joy in you. So nakakatuwa naman pong malaman yan. So thank you. What I expect the audience to hear, I guess I expect the audience to enjoy the individual sound samples that I've gathered as much as I did, because I think, I think they're very colorful. They're very colorful. They, in fact, they sound like pitches. They have pitches. They have, different intervals. Very musical in their nature. Second, as a whole, I hope the audience would have a taste of others' experiences captured and represented in the recordings. So yun lang po, within the pandemic, of course. That's it.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Katz. And we're looking forward to the performance tomorrow. Are there any more questions from those from this side of Zoom and from the audience side of Zoom?
Can I say something about Katz?
Yes, Dr. Santos.
Baka mas mabuting wag na natin pakinggan yung piyesa mo eh.
Sige sir, wag na lang.
Mas maganda yung sinabi mo kanina.
Baka pumangit pa.
Sige na, sir.
Grabe itong mga to.
Naka-record tayo. Grabe kayo sa akin.
Naka-livestream tayo, mga pre.
Naka-livestream ba tayo?
Love my professors.
Anyway, I like to go back. I'm so intrigued by what Lolo Ramon was saying about Feliz, because this is like Lolo is my tatay and Feliz, I am the tatay to Feliz, and actually it's a generational thing, and Feliz using this technology and all this stuff to process. Actually, if Maceda had done the same with Ugma Ugma, for example, his use of every instrument there, he wouldn't have asked the permission of anybody there. And if you look at the process of Maceda, it actually, when he composes music that is written down, his compositional process is actually a spin-off of Musik Concret. That's why it's repetitive. That's why it's processed. That's why it's layered. That's why, and apparently that kind of the first appropriators of not the first, but the most explicit appropriation actually comes from some things like Musik Concret, because they actually capture and they use, and to capture and use it becomes your own, and in fact, in the process of composition, you put things in your consciousness, be it tradition, whatever, you put it in your consciousness. And so when you compose Lebad, you put the process in your consciousness so that it comes out as an orchestral piece coming from you. The Lebad itself as a system. I think that kind of dynamic should be seen, in my opinion, should be seen as a healthy one. Without fears.
Yeah.
Because it is the only way by which we can be mediators for a bigger population who actually don't know these traditions anymore. So I think we should enrich that. But we should be careful. You're right, and I'd abide by your what you said, that we should be careful. Of course, we should all be careful.
Anyway, yung halimbawa mo, kung ginamit mo yung gagawin mong Musik Concret, di gawin mong Musik Concret, di pag himay-himayin mo yung at mong ganun para
ganun din po sir, yung yung kasi ginamit din niya I mean, the very notion of paggamit. So Feliz Ann actually is using the medium of recording, using the medium of processing in IRCAM, and using the medium of Neue Musik within that mode of production, in that side of production, in Royaumont or in Paris, with a conductor and an ensemble. That is what it is. The work is itself a product, which should be taken apart from that diwata. She's just expressing the process. That's why diwata comes into the view, because that was her process. But even if we don't see diwata there, it still remains a work, a good work, in fact.
It's a
I'm
very
proud
good
of it.
work. Yeah, it's a very good work.
I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it.
Sure.
Okay, so we have some time for maybe two more questions. I have a question for us. Well, it doesn't involve me, but I'm gonna ask this in lieu of the pandemic, and I think this is partly related dun sa question ni Ma'am Katz kanina in the earlier session. How do you, or do you even tweak, or how do you think of your composition to accommodate the production process right now of individuality in a way? So me recording myself, the musician recording himself where he is. Do you even tweak that? I think Ma'am Katz's work is centered maybe around that. I'm not sure. We're yet to see it. Felice talked about it a bit, video chatting with the ensemble. And maybe also Joshua can answer it, and maybe it can supersede to your other works as well. So, anyone?
Yun na lang tatlong nagsalita. Pag may matatanda.
I'd like to give way muna to Joshua.
Joshua?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Well, speaking of composition during the pandemic, I've always thought of composition as a parang ano lang. It doesn't. How do you say it? It doesn't really. I wouldn't really consider music as music until it exists as sound, or it has transcended from paper. And I still think na my compositions or any composition should be heard rather than just being read on a score. So I'm still thinking about it in ways that somebody or an ensemble will play this eventually. But the only thing I have to tweak is yung if I have to represent it by some means. For example, sa Musik Kolektibo, what we're doing is we're making demos or making different kinds of music that we ourselves within our circle, we just listen to it and give our feedback, pero we don't really have a quote unquote formal ensemble or a formal performer per se. So it's just either us or we just present it as a MIDI file or a computer representation. And if this pandemic goes on, I think yung technological aid na yun would be very much integral to how we create compositions or how we create going forward, parang how we write going forward. So yeah, I think yun yung parang tweaks that I have to do.
Okay, thank you, Joshua. Ma'am Katz, you have something?
I think if I need to tweak something, it would be the sound source, siguro, because I don't have anyone here at home. I don't have anyone with me. I don't have instrumentalists. I don't have that many instruments. The sound source, siguro, I probably now I make use of electronic sounds, which I don't usually use. I'm not really an electronic person. So just like the work that I just discussed earlier, it's electronically produced. So yeah, that's not my usual medium.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Felice, you have something?
Yes, so working with musicians, especially that we cannot meet like in advance, um, I have to prepare the vocal parts. So, I mean, I have to record myself demonstrating the voice with the right tempo and like how to execute it. And, you know, even if I write the IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet, the symbols, it's still difficult for the musicians to study it. So it's much faster. It's faster to work on it when they hear it from me. So I have to send the vocal parts in advance. And yes, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think if there are no more questions, that ends our session for this afternoon. Thank you to our presenters, Feliz, Ma'am Katz, Joshua, and to our reactor, Dr. Baez. Again, please tune in and watch the works of Professor Tranco and Mr. Ansade tomorrow. 10 by Mary Catherine Tranco will be shown at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. And 12-Minute Mandala by Joshua Ansade will be shown at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow, February 23. For the presenters, we will be, I think, emailing a certificate of participation to all of you. Thank you to everyone who participated with their questions as well. Before we go, we are requested to have a photo op. So please turn on your video.
Just wait for everyone to turn on their cameras. Right. Okay, thank you. This is page 1 and page 2. Thank you very much.
Okay, again, thank you to everyone and be safe. Salamat po.
Feliz, mag-uusap tayo ha.